Live.
The 14A District Court is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Mr. Ganatra, please. If you could start us, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to waive any conflict between this honorable court and the Office of the Public Defender. The prosecutor's office does not believe a conflict exists, but if there is one present, we waive that for all the cases today between the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office before this honorable court. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Mr. Brown present?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Or not? No, you're wrong, Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor. There he is.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy
Thank
Chief
you.
Public
Thank you for
Defender.
arriving. Go.
While I was here, Your Honor, I got a new computer. I'm still learning it. So, Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender. Your Honor, we do not believe that there's a conflict in this court hearing any of these matters. If a conflict were to arise, we would waive that conflict.
The court, for its part, also does not believe that a conflict exists either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent there is a conflict or one is found to exist, given the waivers, court will consent to hear the matters. Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Joseph Channels.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marie Rasinski on behalf of the people, seeking permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Nimish Ganatra.
Good morning. Permission to practice is granted.
Thank you.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Channels. Mr. Channel, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Emmanuel Joseph Channels.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing on his cases?
Thank you, Judge. We've been trying to reach out to Mr. Channels in the Ohio Department of Corrections. We're having a very difficult time getting an appointment scheduled. I don't know. I'm going to have to reach out for some help to try to make that happen. If we could adjourn this for 2 or 3 weeks, I'll get someone to help me figure this out.
Okay, but I think because it's out of state, we need how much time?
They've been requesting 4 to 6 weeks.
They've been requesting 4 to 6 weeks. Can you get that appointment with Mr. Channels in that time if I give you like 5 weeks?
Yes, Judge. I believe so.
So I said 5 weeks. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. So that would make it November 30th.
All right. We've got one. We're doing that.
The week after that
Would be December 7th. All right, let's do it this way. Probable cause conference in this matter, December 7th, 2023. 9 a.m. or your Zoom invite indicates. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Channels.
Thank you.
Bond continue. Court does call the case. This is the people versus Senja Grigsby.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Felicia Grimes appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. First Assistant Public Defender Colina Anderson with and on behalf of Ms. Grigsby. Your Honor, I also have a new APD this morning, Ms. Allison Moeller, who's with me.
Good
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So you're a new AP, you're a new public defender.
Correct. Yeah, I just started this week.
Oh, and you're with Miss Anderson?
Yes, that's right. She's training me.
Yeah, my condolences. Okay, well, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Anderson.
Yes, Your Honor. On Ms. Grigsby's case, I did speak with the Forensic Center. They met with her on the 11th of this month. The report's not quite ready yet, and they are asking for 4 weeks. So I would ask to put this out 4 weeks for that purpose.
This is set for a competency?
Yes.
All right. So competency hearing will be adjourned 4 weeks. It's going to put me.
Tuesday the 21st.
It's going to be on a Tuesday. It will be November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m. No report. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Said November 21, right?
Yes, sir.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Donald Lee.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Morning.
And Assistant Public Defender Lami Saab appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Mr. Lee, can you state your name, please?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. It's Donald Robert Lee.
Thank you, sir. All right. What are we doing in this case? Or in these cases?
Your Honor, there are some evidentiary issues that we want to research, so we are requesting an adjournment if possible.
What do you mean evidentiary issues?
We are looking into drafting a possible motion. We just have to do a little bit of research into
They're looking into the 180-day statute and whether or not these cases violate the 180-day rule, even though these cases were not charged and he didn't have warrants for these cases at the time that he sent in a 180-day notice.
Got it. So that you're aware also, counsel, and I don't know whether the prosecutor's office has received it. I have well, I guess it's applicable to both of the cases. Mr. Lee has filed numerous motions. It looks like he has filed a motion for discovery. I guess we'll go one by one. Do the people even have a copy of that?
No,
His motion.
I do not.
All right. And Ms. Saab, were you aware your client has filed that motion?
No, Your Honor. The only things I know that he had filed at some point was the 180-day rule or.
Okay, because I have in my file a motion for discovery. I don't know if there's any issue with that. A motion for a bill of particulars, which I don't know that he would necessarily be entitled to at this stage. There are numerous proofs of services. And then there's a motion for dismissal due to the speedy trial.
That's the only one I have is that last one.
Tactical delay. So you have that one, but you don't have the others.
Right.
There is also attached, not signed, not sure why it's here. None of this is in its proper form. A memorandum of law, not clear what it applies to. There's a hodgepodge, I guess that's a word, of stuff contained within that memorandum. So what I will do is I will grant the adjournment, and you can set the motion up for a hearing if it's necessary. And then I will have my staff send so that everybody at least has a copy of these and the issue's not raised. I'll just have my staff send over a copy of what the court receives so everybody has the same thing.
Thank you.
Ms. Saab, how much time do you need?
2, maybe 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
3. Yeah, okay. This will be adjourned then. Probable cause will be adjourned in November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. That would move, if you file the motion and it's to be heard that day, the motion, everything would move to 3 o'clock, but we'll set it for 9 at this point, or set it in the morning time.
Your Honor, just to be clear for the record, are you asking me to respond to the defendant's own pleadings or just counsel's pleadings if she files one?
I don't think that the motions filed by the defendant are in the proper form and they haven't come through counsel. So I'm not going to address any of those motions. If counsel believes that they should be filed, then council will file the motions, sign off on those, and make sure that they're in the proper form to come before the court. But otherwise, I'm not going to require a response to any of it from
Thank
the
you.
people at this time. November 16th. Continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Kenneth Green Austin.
They didn't care. It's
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
you need to see that somebody.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marcia Crater on behalf of, and I'm trying to shut this thing. There we go.
Why do I
afternoon.
have like 8 different people talking to me? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
Okay.
Marcia Crater on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, we'd be respectfully asking for this to be set for preliminary exam.
The prosecutor put on there, man.
No, he just turned on his camera.
Okay. Ms. Critcher, let's try to do this in the order we normally do it. I'll call the case again. People state your appearance, please.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
All right. Ms. Critcher, you have put on your appearance. What are we, and Mr. Green Austin, can you state your name, please?
Kenneth Green Austin.
Thank you, sir. All right, now, Ms. Critcher, what would you like to do?
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I apologize for not following the protocol. Your Honor, we would be requesting a preliminary exam.
See my ROA on this. Oh, I don't see my Carol. Oh, I got it. And all discovery is taken care of?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the witnesses, as well as the people know, are available.
Yes, Your Honor, if we could have 2 weeks out, not next week, I'd appreciate that. He's being held on another matter.
All right, very good. November 7th, is that?
Yes, sir.
Preliminary examination will be set November 7th. Yeah, I set up November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. And that is before Judge Barr in person. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the People versus Trey McAllister.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. McAllister. Mr. McAllister, if you can, unmute yourself and state your name.
Hi there, my name is Trey Lamar McAllister.
Sure. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would ask for adjournment. Mr. McAllister was referred to mental health court. He has completed an intake. We're just waiting on the final determination for that.
And how? You want the 9th or the 16th?
Can we have the 9th date?
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Zoom invite indicates bond will continue. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we actually address bond as well on this file?
Quickly.
So Mr. McAllister currently has housing through Avalon that he doesn't want to lose. He is able to retain a job as a landscaping contractor through Dave's Drywall in Ann Arbor, as well as working for Ground Cover News. He's been in jail for the last 30 days. We would be asking for a bond reduction to a personal bond.
Before I get a response, have you talked to the folks at Avalon Housing? Is he even in jeopardy of losing his housing?
I have not had the opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Response?
Your Honor, this motion was heard at the last probable cause conference and denied. The defendant is in custody for his failure to appear here at a PCC on September 21st. The court issued a bench warrant with a cash surety bond. At the time that he failed to appear, he also had a community corrections bond violation in the report. He was ordered to report to community corrections, and by the time he failed to appear, he had never reported to community corrections. At this point, we have nothing has changed on that. I have no reason to believe that he will be otherwise appearing or compliant. In addition to that, my office is reviewing another warrant request for him for larceny in a building as well. He does also have a retail fraud third case that he is in custody on. I will say his bond on that case, though, is $100, but it has not been posted.
for bond reductions denied again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Theophilus Smith.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Edward Drukas on behalf of Theophilus Smith.
Mr. Smith, can you state your name, please?
Theophilus Smith. May I go in the breakout room with my attorney, Your Honor?
No.
Because I haven't,
Pardon?
because I wanted to change some things I wanted to do. Me and him talked briefly, but I didn't get down to the A's and B's.
You didn't get down to what?
I wasn't able to tell my attorney exactly what I wanted him to do for me today.
Mr. Drukas,
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I did spend about 50 minutes with him here this morning. I did get the discovery. There are some video that I did start to go over with him. We also discussed some potential other video that may still be outstanding. And again, I was appointed yesterday. I'm looking to get an adjournment today, so I can fully go over the discovery with him and make a determination on what to do.
Probable cause conference in this matter, November 9th, 2023,
Did you address bond?
9 a.m. Excuse me?
Can my attorney address my bond?
Well, he knows how to do that, but yeah, go ahead, Mr. Drukas.
Mr. Smith, I had gone over that with you. With regard to right now, we're not going to be addressing bond.
But I didn't want to, that's why I wanted to go into the breakout room so we could be on the same page.
I know. You don't need to go over this on the record, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Drukas, for the record, should defense counsel address bond, I will be asking the court to increase the defendant's bond. I understand why Mr. Drukas is making the decision he's making.
Okay, I understand. When is my next court day?
So are we done with the bond thing?
He ain't even address it.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe you had said November 9th.
Mr. Drukas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want to address bond? He wants to address bond.
No, Your Honor. I'm asking for that PCC on November 9th.
Mr. Smith, the risk is if I address bond, I'm going to address all bond. I'm going to leave it where it is right now, but the people have made it clear that they're going to be asking for an increase. Your counsel is making a strategic decision not to address bond at this time, but if you wish bond be addressed, then
no. I did not want to postpone my preliminary. I wanted my preliminary to be. I didn't want to post no more probable cause. I want to move towards the preliminary. I don't want to have another probable cause conference.
Have you looked
over? That's why me and my
all
attorney not even on the same page. Me and my
Mr. Smith, did you listen to what your attorney said? There's video he still has to go through with you.
Yeah, but
so you want to have your preliminary examination before that happens? Because if I said it, I'm going to instruct the judge that not to adjourn it because you want to look at the video now.
To be clear for the record, the videos that we have turned over to defense counsel include the defendant brutally assaulting a victim. She was on the ground. He kicked her in the face repeatedly until she was left with what looked like a broken jaw to the police. She could not open her mouth and she could not speak, and she was rushed to the hospital. Defense counsel has requested an adjournment and requested that I look into whether there are additional videos leading up to the assault to help Mr. Smith explain to the court perhaps what happened leading up to that. I am more than happy to continue to a preliminary exam with the only evidence available being the brutal assault that this man committed on that woman. So, Your Honor, if we want to go to an exam, let's go, but I will not be getting those videos turned over before that exam date.
Hey, what do you folks want to do?
Breakout room with my attorney, Your Honor?
No, I already said no.
So
you wanted that you already spoke to your attorney. Your attorney had a very clear picture as to what he wanted to do. You come here this morning, I think, changing things And
me
I
and him
just
went-
want, if you want it set for an exam, I'll give you an exam. I'm assuming that setting it for an exam, Mr. Drukas, that would be over your advice to him at this point.
That is correct, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, let's proceed to November 9th and we'll continue to negotiate with the prosecutor.
No, I want to say it to the exam.
Okay, well, that's against my advice. Your Honor, we can have an exam
Ms.
date.
Hughes, ready to go to exam this Tuesday?
We will do everything we can to get the victim there. And hopefully,
right.
given her injuries, she's able to speak at that point.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out at that
Now, can
point.
we address
But we'll start his exam.
Can we address?
We'll start his
bond,
exam
Edward?
October 31st,
Can we address?
2023, 9 a.m. That's before me. Oh, joy. All right. Mr. Drukas, I
Yes, Your
realize
Honor.
your client's pushing you over your advice. Do you want me to address bond?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, you want me to address bond?
Please, Your Honor.
Over your attorney's advice?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what you want me to know.
Your Honor, my name is Theophilus Smith. I'm paranoid schizophrenic type 1, 2, and 3, and bipolar type 1 and 2. I had a rough breaking up, Your Honor. I knew I should have called the law. I should have called the police when he was making all them.
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Smith. I don't want to go into the facts of this case.
No, I just let me talk, Drukas. Please let me talk. It's between me and the judge.
Well, you can't talk about the facts of the case.
Your Honor.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Just because you're going over the advice of counsel, I'm just going to advise you that anything you say can be used against you. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've given you your warning and admonition. Go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor. Well, pertaining to the case.
And I'm going to stop you right there again, Mr. Smith. I'd prefer that you not speak about this case.
But I'm asking you to address bond, and you're not doing nothing I want you to do. So let me do what I have to do for myself. This for me, not for you.
I know. And we talked about this. This is about
I know,
you.
but guess what? You're not listening to nothing I'm saying. I would rather have Lamus represent me. Lamus. Because you're not doing nothing I said. And me and you we weren't even on the same page. We weren't even on the same page before the meeting ended earlier. So just let me talk without you objecting to your own client. Can you let me
All right. Mr. Smith, you seem to know better. You go ahead.
Your Honor, the defendant made several death threats to me. Not the defendant, the accuser. I don't know how the accuser knocked on my apartment door.
And again, Mr. Smith, I'm going to reiterate that you should not be speaking about the facts of this case.
Okay, I'm not going to speak about the facts of the case.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if you could please give me a personal reconduct bond. Your Honor, I'm not a flight risk. I'm going to be in court on Tuesday. If you can lower my bond or give me a PR, Your Honor, I won't speak about no more of the facts of the case until Tuesday. I'm going to respect Edward Drukas on that point that I won't speak on the case. But if you could just give me a PR bond or lower my bond, because my family is not wealthy, Your Honor. We are not wealthy, and I can't afford $50,000, no 10%. Your Honor, if you can please just give me a chance to give me a real lawyer. Give me a lawyer.
Real lawyer?
No, a lawyer. No, I don't mean. I'm not taking nothing away from Drukas. I'm not taking nothing away from Drukas, Your Honor. I just want to check.
Oh, okay.
I just want to be free, Your Honor, because I feel like I'm not even guilty of this. My grandfather got inside of me. My grandfather was talking to me. My grandfather.
Ms. Hughes, response to the motion to reduce bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Smith, before you go, Ms. Hughes, Mr. Smith,
Yes,
I
Your Honor.
warned you, I told your counsel that if you ask me to address bond, I'm going to address the whole thing. So maybe when Ms. Hughes gets done, I haven't made a decision yet, but maybe when Ms. Hughes gets done, this bond goes up. I gave you that warning and you went ahead. So now I'm going to let the people give their version. Go ahead, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people are requesting that this court set bond in the amount of $250 cash only. Notably here, the defendant's bond is $50,000 cash only. This is not even a cash surety case, never mind a 10%, which I think is pretty telling given how unique that type of bond is. The defendant is on misdemeanor probation for use of cocaine. It was initially charged as possession of cocaine, and it was pled down to use. At the time of his arraignment, in this case, he was already in violation status of his misdemeanor probation. The defendant has a criminal history dating back, as far as I can see, to 2000, which includes a number of drug and alcohol misdemeanor offenses. He also has 6 assaultive felony convictions. In 2014, he was convicted of a couple of cases of R&O on the police. In 2019, he was convicted of felonious assault and CCW. In this case, this occurred in Miller Manor inside the apartment building, and the apartment building has cameras, in the hallway. This case came to the police attention because a neighbor in Miller Manor heard yelling in a hallway. He exited his apartment, went into the hallway, and saw the defendant standing over a woman who had been brutally beat. She was laying on the apartment hallway floor, unable to get away from the defendant. The defendant then fled, went into his apartment. When the police arrived, they first tried to make contact with the defendant. He refused to open the door, refused to provide his name, refused to cooperate with the police. When the police made contact with the victim, her face was so damaged that she could not speak. She could not open her mouth. The police tried to interview her, and she could not even remain conscious. They were able to get her to agree to a medical release, and by the time they presented the medical release to her, she was no longer conscious to be able to sign it. The report indicates that she had injuries to her nose, to her cheeks, and to her jaw. She was immediately rushed to U of M. I am still waiting on her medical records to determine the extent of her injuries, but based on the police report, the police believe that her jaw was in fact broken, which is why her face was swollen and she was unable to speak. Again, Your Honor, our request is $250 cash only.
Anything else from the defense?
I think enough has been said, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Court believes, and the court would find that the setting of, under the circumstances of this case, that, and with all due respect to the magistrate, I understand what they were going through at the time, that the bond that is set at that time, court would find that under the circumstances of this case, that may have been an abuse of discretion. The court will increase the defendant's bond in this matter, finding that the defendant is a risk to the public. A clear danger to the public, given the circumstances of what the court has heard. Defendant's bond is increased in the amount of $2,000 or $200,000 cash surety. Thank you.
I'll come and see you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Raheem Bragg.
Marie Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Ready again, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Raheem Bragg. Mr. Bragg, please state your name for the record.
Raheem Bragg.
Thank you, Judge. I've spoken to Mr. Bragg, as well as some of my colleagues have also spoken to Mr. Bragg. I know Mr. Bragg had previously been before Your Honor asking about a video. I will put on the record that I've spoken to Mr. Ganatra. We have via email And we understand that video is no longer available, does not exist. Based on those facts, I think Mr. Bragg does want this matter set for the soonest possible preliminary examination, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person will be set November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. I should have asked. All discovery then, as you're aware, is complete.
That's my understanding, Judge, yes.
Could I get
All right.
bonds as well?
And the people, you will have your witnesses by the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
It sounds like Mr. Bragg is asking that I request bond, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. It's going to be that kind of day. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I have met with Mr. Bragg. He does have a couple other cases that are pending. I think Mr. Bragg told me that he has received bonds on those matters. So I think this is the only thing that's holding him. I think he's asking the court to consider a personal bond or a reduction, Your Honor.
So he's been released on everything else?
Is that correct, Mr. Bragg?
Yes.
I know he has a circuit. I know he has a circuit court case, Judge. I'm not sure what the bond is.
Collins was the only other case I had, and I've been released on a PR bond, and it was just like community corrections or something. It wasn't like, I don't know, but I have been released on it.
Response from the people.
Your Honor, we believe that bond is set appropriately. This is a felon in possession of ammo case, and he also has another open felon in possession of a firearm and fleeing police case. This was previously set for a preliminary exam, and the defendant failed to appear.
I know that was before me, I think. Go ahead.
And he's also failed to appear for a previous probable cause conference in August on the 17th. We believe that the defendant is a flight risk and bond should be kept the same.
Just so you know, Judge, I am looking at our notes in our system. It does look like he was arraigned by Judge Conlon on that circuit court matter, and it looks like he was granted a personal bond on that file, Judge. So this does appear to be the only thing.
And the problem is he didn't show up for a preliminary examination before me.
That's
and
correct.
So this actually has to go back before me. So I can't set it. Would the people be ready to go on the 31st? Because I'll have.
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm going to set his preliminary examination since it's my case. October 31st, 2023, 9 a.m. before me. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Great. Court calls the case People versus James Paul Austin.
We are quietly ready.
Get a hearing with this person tomorrow.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Reiser on behalf of the people.
And Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. James Austin. Mr. Austin, please state your name for the record.
That's James Austin.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. My client already has a preliminary examination set for November 27th for a different matter. We'd ask if this could be linked up with that. And Your Honor, I'd like to note for the record, at the appropriate time, we will not be addressing bond.
All right. You have one. He already has one set November 27th.
Yes, that's my understanding. Is that correct, Ms. Reiser?
Partially correct. We just were notified from Judge Valvo's court this week that it needed to be moved from November 27th. We were before Judge Valvo last week, and then we adjourned to allow this case to be heard at the same time. She gave us a special date, but she emailed Mr. Banis and I that she wasn't available on the 27th. So it's now set for December 8th, downtown in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I think that's the date.
Okay, here's what I'll do, counsel. I'll give you a preliminary examination in person. I'm not sure, although you don't, is it related to this case or no? I mean, that's going to be part of my problem because I don't want the appearance that you're searching for a particular judge on any case.
No.
Different victim, but same charges and kind of the same course of conduct.
Got it. All right, under those circumstances, what I'll do for the sake of judicial economy is, and it's going to be a little bit strange, but I'm going to set it for November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Valvo. All right. I will, however, indicate, you'll have to contact her court to move this case with that other one. I'm just giving you the date that I have for her later this month.
November 21st. Okay.
All right. I'll leave that up to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're still not addressing bond.
All right. Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls case. People versus Lawrence Phillips.
That's fine. Good morning, Your Honor. Ally Zenda on behalf of the people seeking permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Nimish Ganatra.
Permission to practice is granted. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Billups, and I will be asking that I be allowed to remain out on bond, Judge.
Yeah, well, that one's going to be iffy. All right, Mr. Billups, can you state your name, please?
The last one that I.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Billups, can you state your name?
Lawrence,
That wasn't him.
Lawrence Julius Billups.
Thank you, sir. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm going to be asking for a one-week adjournment of the probable cause conference. I do not have the video of Mr. Billups' arrest. I also went to the jail yesterday in an attempt to meet with Mr. Billups, but he could not be made available in the time that I was there. So I will need an adjournment to meet with him, to review the video, and to talk to him about how he'd like to proceed. He is currently held without bond on the probation violation, so we'll be not asking to address bond on this matter.
Very good. November 9th, probable cause is adjourned November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue in this case. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Billups.
Mr. Billups, you can call me from the jail. I would encourage you to do that if you can.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in touch with you. You know what I mean? I don't understand why you couldn't see me yesterday when I came up here. You was gone already.
Give me a call and I'll explain it to you.
Thank you. Court does call the case. People versus Scott Fenner.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Scott Fenner. Mr. Fenner, please state your name for the record.
This is all right.
Mr. Fenner, did you state your name?
Scott Fenner.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Blanche has made an offer on this file. I've relayed that to Mr. Fenner. My office, my understanding is already working on some mitigation information with our social work department, and I have requested an investigator be assigned to this case for our office to do some background research on the file. I'm requesting a 4-week adjournment, Judge.
Weeks puts me on where?
4 weeks puts you up Tuesday the 21st. Otherwise, it's December 7th.
I have, because of the holidays, I have November 21st or December 7th.
Let's go to the December 7th, please, Judge.
All right. Probable cause conference in this matter will be adjourned December 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. That's denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Aaron Hayes. 3 cases.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of Mr. Hayes.
Back from vacation. All right. Anyway. All right. Mr. Hayes, can you state your name, please?
Aaron Hayes.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hayes regarding his right to have a preliminary examination and what the people must show. He wishes to waive this preliminary examination at this time.
In all of these matters?
All 3 matters, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hayes, is that correct, sir?
There was a nollie pros filed on one of the cases. I don't know if that's been signed by Your Honor, but I just wanted to make sure. There were originally
four cases.
Correct.
The Nolly process has been signed on the one case that came in on. I have 3 cases that are before me.
Perfect. So my understanding is he's waiving on the remaining 3 cases. We've already had you sign the Nolly process on the first R&O case. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hayes, is that correct that you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination in all of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, people also waive their right on all of these cases.
We do.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count or count 1 in each case, with count 2 following in case 1363. Ms. James.
Judge, we waive formal reading and stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute to all counts, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in these matters will be set for
November 6th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Slay Monday.
November 6, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Slay Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court does call the cases of the people versus William White.
Bailey Zend on behalf of the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Connie Anderson with it on behalf of Mr. White. Mr. White, can you state your name, please?
William White.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, in both cases, we're requesting a preliminary exam.
And discovery is all complete?
Yes, Your Honor. I did send a request just for some jail messages, but I believe that those can be taken care of within the time frame.
All right, the people believe that all witnesses will be available?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Everybody's so definite. All right. Preliminary examination in this matter will be set for November 7th. In person at November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Barr. Bond in these matters will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's before Judge Barr, right? Yes. They're here. Court does call the case of the people versus Guy Steinman. I don't have him on my screen.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Billenbring on behalf of the people.
Ready again, Judge. Torshel Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Guy Steinman. Mr. Steinman, please state your name for the record.
Guy Warren Steinman.
I don't have video on him at this point. It's on, but I have a cover on the camera.
I was muted.
No cover is on the camera, Your Honor. I'm trying to start the video now.
Okay. All right. Although I don't have visual on him, counsel, there's no objection to proceeding. We can. So I don't know what we're doing on this.
No objection, Judge. We're just requesting an adjournment. My understanding is that Mr. Steinman is still at the forensic center undergoing treatment. They are hopeful to restore him to competency, but at this point that we are not there yet, Your Honor.
All right. That is going off the October 5th report.
Yes, Judge.
All right. There's no other additional evidence.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll set a review of the competence hearing.
You want January 18th, 2024.
For January 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Can I postpone?
Court calls the case, People versus Joshua Cook.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, if you can state your name in full. Your Honor,
you.
I did go.
All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I did go to the jail today or yesterday to meet with Mr. Cook, but he declined to meet. So Mr. Cook, we would be asking for a short adjournment. And then Mr. Cook, next time I come up there, you'd have to meet with me.
I apologize. They just put me on medication for, what is it?
That's okay.
I apologize for not coming.
Okay, now that all the apologies are over, probable cause will be adjourned November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Mr. Cook. Court calls the case, People versus Jasmine Neal.
Honorable and bring to the
Good
people.
morning. Oops, sorry.
And Edward Druk is for Jasmine Neal. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Marcia Kracher.
Why? She's right here.
Yeah, I am here,
Oh.
Mr. Drucas. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Kracher.
Good
All
morning,
right.
Your Honor. Marcia Kracher on behalf of Miss Neal.
Ms. Neal, can you turn on your camera and state your name, please?
Yeah, it's Jasmine Neal.
All right. Good morning. All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I have been in discussions with Miss Willingbring about this matter. Miss Willingbring is looking for a mitigation information to hopefully offer my client a misdemeanor. My client has her first CMH appointment coming up. We would ask for a 2-week adjournment, and then Miss Willingbring, being presented information, should be able to have more information to feel more comfortable about making a misdemeanor offer, Your Honor.
So you're going to be able to get that all done in about a week and give Ms. Willingbring time to look at all of that? So 2 weeks is going to be enough time for you to do that?
Your Honor, my understanding is that her first appointment at CMH is November 1st, so I think that a longer adjournment might be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It's November 4th.
Probable cause conference. What's my date after the 16th?
Tuesday, the 21st.
November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m. That's a Tuesday, folks. Bound to continue.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Court calls the case, People versus Gregory Taylor.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Good morning, Judge Simpson. Attorney Carl Jordan, P number 57226, appearing by Zoom on behalf of Mr. Gregory Taylor. Mr. Taylor is also by Zoom, and this is with our consent, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Taylor, can you state your name, please?
Gregory Taylor.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak to Dr. Seresny, who will be meeting with Mr. Taylor later this morning. He will be conducting the Zoom interview with Mr. Taylor there in the jail. So we're respectfully requesting to come back on the 21st. I spoke to Dr. Seresny. He said that that should be enough time for him to complete the report.
Without objection, probable cause conference will be adjourned November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m.
Mr. Taylor, you will be seen by, I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Taylor, you'll be seen by the doctor later on this morning. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Blanche.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Aaron Bowers.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Bowers. Mr. Bowers, if you're present, if you can unmute, turn on your camera and state your name in full.
Aaron Joseph Bowers. Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I haven't had good contact information with Mr. Bowers. Mr. Bowers, you'll have to call our office and give us a good
So
phone
you're
number.
asking for an adjournment?
Yep.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. or your Zoom invite indicates. Mr. Bowers, do you have the public defender's office number?
I do, Your Honor, yeah.
call that number right after you hang up from this call and give them your name, a good phone number to reach you, and a valid email address. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Bond, we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Esmond Britt.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Kalina Anderson with on behalf of Mr. Britt. Mr. Britt, will you please unmute and state your name?
Esmond Costa Britt.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we're still in plea negotiations. Ms. Hughes and I have been discussing this case. I did send her some additional documentation to review. It's my understanding she's going to look at that and speak with the officer. So we're just asking for an adjournment to continue plea negotiations. And if I may address his bond.
Okay. You saw what happened the last time. And
I
Hughes
did,
was involved,
Your Honor.
so go ahead.
I did, Your Honor, but I'm feeling good vibes from you this morning. So I think I'm going to go for it.
Oh, good vibes. Okay, so let's do this first. I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to November 16, 2023, 9 a.m. All right, Esteban.
Your Honor, as to his bond, we're just requesting a modification of the current bond condition. He's currently on home confinement to his father's address. He would like to ask the court to change his bond condition so that he may return home to the Willis address. I did speak with Ms. Hughes about it and supplied the following information. The client is currently receiving mental health treatment at New Oakland Family Centers. He's now receiving medication as well as therapy. He's been to therapy most recently on the 24th was his most recent appointment. It appears from the documentation that he's been in treatment since his release from custody. So he's been in about several months. I've also submitted letters from the therapist for the children, who's also in support of the family reunification and believes that it will also help Mr. Britt be able to begin to engage in a normal and productive life. He's been away from his family since August. And now that he is doing this treatment and is on medication and compliant with those plans, is asking this court again to allow him to return home to his family.
Has the new evaluation been done?
The new
For the mental health court?
It has, Your Honor. He's been denied mental health court because he is receiving treatment from a private care provider.
All right. What's the response? Is there a response from the people? Because I addressed this at the last hearing and I had indicated that I wanted to, the evaluation needed to be done before I'd consider it. But Ms. Hughes, any response?
This is a tough one for me this week. And the reason it's tough is because Miss Anderson did a good job, frankly, and I am not happy about that. So Miss Anderson sent me, she had medical professionals send me 2 documents. One is a nurse practitioner that oversees treatment of the defendant. That nurse practitioner is, and it's a psychiatric nurse practitioner, is recommending that the defendant return to the marital home. So just full disclosure to the court, I have reviewed that and I do have access to that. In addition, Ms. Anderson had the defendant's children's social worker, therapist, send me a recommendation as well that she believed it would be in the children's best interest that the defendant be returned to the home. What makes this very difficult for me is, one, I have been opposed to this every step along the way because this is the environment that he lived in when he had his mental health breakdown and led to these very, very serious, very dangerous crimes. That's one aspect of it for me. The other aspect, which is really guiding me here, is there has been domestic violence in this family. Part of this police report outlines that the defendant's wife, and I've been trying not to put this on the record because that's not what this case is about. And I want her to feel safe with us. And I want her to feel safe with the police. This report indicates the defendant has committed domestic violence against her, that she has felt fearful and threatened by him to the point that she has lied about his mental health in order to not be harmed by him, which then resulted in him remaining in their home in the past. So I was trying to think up, okay, if he returns to the marital home and he's on a home confinement tether, how do I protect her? So I was thinking, okay, what about a no unwanted contact? Well, that doesn't help because then he's going to violate the home confinement. And then he's going to say, she told me to leave the house. I had no choice. I had to leave. I have 2 conflicting orders. I just can't imagine I just can't come up on my own. And this is why, one of the many reasons I'm not Your Honor, this is why you are. I don't know what the solution is to protect this family and to protect the community. Like, I mean, if he has another mental health breakdown. And so keeping things the way they are, keeping him on the home confinement tether to his father's home, things are going really well for him right now, it sounds. Why would I disrupt that to the risk of the wife and the children? But the difference this week for me is I have to disclose to the court I did receive those letters from medical professionals, and that is their recommendation. And that puts me in a really tough position because I'm not supportive of this, but I'm not a medical professional.
Let's do it this way. I'd like to, before making a decision on it, see the reports myself on that. I typically in these cases, also the court is not privy to the police report, but I'd also like to see the portions of the police report that refer to, I'll call it the domestic discourse that is going on, and particularly highlighting those things so that I can see it for myself and kind of try to make a call on this. So while I've set the probable cause conference for the 16th, because we're looking at other things, I'll set a motion for bond hearing. I'll set that for next week on the 2nd at 3 p.m. And if you can get that over to Ms. Weidling, then I can take a look at that and make an informed decision. But at this time, his bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll get that over this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Willie Burton.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Burton, who is present. State your name, Mr. Burton. You have to unmute first, Mr. Burton.
Yes, my name is Willie Burton.
Okay, thank you. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Burton has this matter. He also has a matter in circuit court where there's a sentencing that is scheduled for November 30th. I think Judge Slay is well aware of this matter, and I don't think it will impact what's going to happen, but just for the sake of being safe, I'd ask the court to adjourn this matter briefly so I can check on that.
Probable cause conference, without objection, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bird.
Okay, so November 9th.
Yeah, November 9th. Court calls the case, People versus Gerald Turner.
Ellie Zend on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marcia Creature on behalf of Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, could you please state your name?
Gerald Turner.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've been in discussions with Mr. Ganatra. Mr. Ganatra has requested some mitigation information prior to making an offer. I would be asking for a 3-week adjournment. We do have the ball rolling. Mr. Turner has met with a social worker, and he is seeing a psychiatrist in the jail early next week.
Conference during November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. or just Zoom invite indicate. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case, People versus Jeff Davis. I don't have him. Wait. Okay, Jeff Davis.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Ready, Judge. Torsho Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Jeff Davis. And it looks like Wayne County is going to get him. There he is. Mr. Davis, please state your name for the record.
Jeff Davis.
Thank you, Judge. I believe there is a report from the Forensic Center in the file, if it has not already been stipulated to, stating that Mr. Davis is competent.
Well, hold on. What's the date of the report?
That's a great question.
I don't have a report.
Well, I guess what I would request, Judge, is that we adjourn this matter a couple of weeks and make sure the court and the people have a copy of the report. And then
Do you have a copy?
My office did receive a copy, is what I have been notified of, and the notes indicate that he was competent. I don't personally have that copy though.
The letter is dated September, the report, excuse me, is dated September 19th, 2023. My office received it September 26th.
I don't have it.
I can send this in to the court.
Please do. These have got to get to my file. Are they addressing that?
I sent that email last week. He said he would assist.
Jay, I need them to address this. I need those in my file. Probable cause conference will be, or competency review actually, will be adjourned to November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Continued. I apologize, folks, for the court not having it. Although
thank you, Judge.
I have to go up there and do my own. I have to go up there and do my own darn mail. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case. People versus Larry Morris. That's number 5 of those. Ms. Wagner.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett-Carroher on behalf of Mr. Morris. Larry, can you get him to unmute you so you can state your name for the court, please?
Larry Morris.
And Your Honor, today is the day and time set for a probable cause conference. I have been in many email talks, chatting back and forth with Mr. Ganatra, actually. To be honest, I think we need to adjourn this one more time so that we can work through one last issue. I believe this case will resolve if we can do that.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Court calls the case. People versus John Paul Remus. 2 cases.
Ready in that matter, Your Honor.
Felicia Grimes on behalf of the people.
I know Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Remus. Mr. Remus, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just for appearance's sake, Regina Garrett-Carroher appearing also on behalf of Mr. Remus in the case ending in 1437.
All right. Okay, what are we doing?
So I've also been in contact with Mr. Ganatra about this case. At this time, I would be requesting an adjournment because I just recently received this case and I need a chance to go over discovery with him. Additionally, probably at the next setting, I would want to talk about bond. I did get the opportunity to speak with him as well as his grandfather and his mom, but I haven't spoke with him since I talked to them. So I'd like to discuss that with him.
And Mr. Brown, what are we doing on your case?
Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Remus. We did discuss what his character and his place on the record. So we're all in agreement with the request for an adjournment.
All right. What, 9th or the 16th?
Either works for me, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I apologize. Here, 1 second. Either way works for me as well.
9th anyway. What?
I say either way works for me as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, 9th, November 9th. Going to quit asking. 9 a.m. Bond continued.
I'm here most days anyway.
Well, I was trying to be nice, but I'm going to stop that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you. It's a Thursday morning.
No, I'm not. It's nice doesn't look good on me. I'm done. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, I
Bond
missed the
continued.
start of that.
The court calls the case. So the people versus Antonio Bryant.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Bryant, Your Honor.
Antonio Bryant.
Mr. Bryant. Oh, is
Antonio
state
Bryant.
your name?
Antonio Bryant,
Mr.
sir.
Bryant, AKA iPhone 1. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to discuss this matter with Mr. Bryan. He wishes to set this matter for preliminary exam.
Preliminary examination in person will be set November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Marcion Cadell.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
And Assistant Public Defender Lamia Saab, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Cadell. Mr. Cadell, if you can unmute and state your name for the record.
Marshawn Cadell.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, in this case, we are also asking for an adjournment of a possible 3 weeks. We're looking into potential Fourth Amendment issues that we'd like to research and make sure we're making the right decision.
Probable cause conference, November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. As your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Travis Williams.
Nimish Ganatra for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Carrera on behalf of Mr. Williams. Travis, can you state your name for the court, please?
Travis Williams.
And good morning, Your Honor. Today's the date and time set for a probable cause conference. At this time, we would like to request a preliminary exam be set, which I let Mr. Ganatra know about as well.
Preliminary examination will be set in person, November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Good. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Ganatra.
Thank you. Court calls the cases of the People versus Sekou Kande. All two cases.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Odetella, P number 79707 on behalf of Mr. Sekou Kande.
He's back. All right. And where is he? Oh, there he is. Mr. Kande, can you state your name?
Sekou, could you state your name for the record?
Speaking.
Okay, got it. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for PCC in this case. There is one part of outstanding discovery that we need. I do believe that we need a small adjournment in this. Mr. Ganatra, you think that states it adequately?
Your Honor, Mr. Counsel and I spoke outside of your courtroom actually on Tuesday about the status of the case. We're waiting for one last piece of discovery. If the court's inclined, 4 to 5 weeks would be great. Thank you.
All right. Probable cause conference in both of these matters will be adjourned December 7th.
Yes, sir.
December 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. Okay, thank you. Bond will continue in one case as denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of People versus Travis Bell.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the People.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, if you can state your name.
Travis David Bell.
Your Honor,
Hey, what
we
are we
would
doing?
be, Your Honor, we'd be asking for a short adjournment, the November 9th date, and then if we could have permission
Get to
to,
pick your date. You need 2 weeks?
yep,
Yes.
yes.
November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Your Honor, can we
Thank you.
have permission to address bond on this one?
Go ahead.
So Mr. Bell is another client who is currently going through an eviction process. Whenever he was arrested, he was able to find supportive connections who did offer to help him catch up on his housing bills. I've tried to reach out to Social Connections as well as him to let him know that he is currently incarcerated and we haven't been able to, but he is worried about losing his housing. He has spent 12 days inside jail. He has no other holds or cases that are holding him. He also has a job pending at Salvation Army where his orientation is November 5th. So for those reasons, we would be asking for a personal bond.
Response.
Your Honor, at the time of charging, my office requested 10,000 cash surety on this case. I'm renewing this request at this time. At his arraignment, the magistrate ordered a 5,000 10% bond. The defendant, from his criminal history, it appears that he has, and from the police report, a substantial substance abuse issue. His criminal history dates back as far as 2001, as I can see. He has a number of drug convictions, one including a 2013 maintaining a controlled substance lab, 2017 possession of controlled substance. In 2017, he also had a number of FT, financial transaction device convictions, 5 of them, in fact. He was sent to prison on those cases and was on parole supervision until 2021. In this case, he entered through the back doors of a church, essentially to go in and look for things that he could steal. He found a water bottle full of money. He then continued on to an office where he was then discovered by people coming into the church that rightfully belonged there. And he tried to flee from them. The man that found him actually tackled him off of his bike to prevent him from fleeing and stealing the money that was found in the church. When the police arrived, I won't swear, but the defendant said that he effed up and that he drank too much, resulting in this behavior. His bond is pretty low at this point at $500, but we requested 10,000 cash surety.
Motion for bond reductions denied. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus, oh, here he is. Shaquille O'Neal Tubbs.
Marie Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Gotta love it.
Good morning. For the record, Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Mr. Tubbs.
Mr. Tubbs?
How you doing today, sir? Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Wish
I
it was
didn't
on
think I'd see
better
you again, but
terms. Yeah.
I'm doing okay. All right. What are we doing on this case?
I am requesting the soonest available preliminary exam date for Mr. Tubbs.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a bond violation? Yes, I do.
I did request, I don't know that there's a bond violation form. I did request if there was a copy, and it was just notated that there was a tether violation. I was going to, Mr. Tubbs, we know each other, and I've already considered all of this, okay? So, Your Honor, I thought that it would be appropriate to address that at the soonest available preliminary exam date.
Preliminary examination will be set in person. All discovery is complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Witnesses would be available on the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or you seem to be ready to go. Preliminary examination, November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tubbs, I'll see you out shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you say my next court date?
Court calls the case. People versus Mark Capaldi.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kyriakin on behalf of Mr. Capaldi. Mr. Capaldi, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
You have him checked in.
Yes, I do have him checked in.
Mr. Capaldi? I do see him. I got him. Mark Capaldi. It figures. Chinaza. I'll pass it. Call your client, see if you can get him to answer.
Thank you, Judge.
You knew she'd do that. Court calls the case, People versus Cameron Carey.
Maria Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Lamisa Saab appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey?
Yes, hello.
Hello, you got a camera? You just muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it on.
Okay. There you go. All right, state your name.
Cameron Carey.
All right. Or what are we doing on this case, folks?
Your Honor, we are requesting a preliminary exam date in this matter.
First name Gerard, last name Calhoun.
All right. And all discovery is complete
Yes, Your Honor.
and witnesses will be available on the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination, November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Jared Calhoun.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Calhoun in both matters, Judge.
Mr. Calhoun, state your name.
First name Gerard, last name Calhoun.
All right, thank you. All
Welcome,
right,
sir.
what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Calhoun and go over this matter with him and explain his options. He wishes to set these matters for preliminary exams.
All right, discovery is all set.
I believe so, Judge.
And the witnesses would be available on the 7th.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Well, you guys are so deaf. All right. I'll indicate that they are.
In law school, they told us those were called weasel words, Judge.
Yes, and you do that very well. Preliminary examination will be set November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry in both matters.
Thank you.
Bond will continue in these cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case, People versus Tolbert Smith.
Nimesh Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Your Honor, Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr.
Yeah.
Smith, if you could.
Oh, there he is.
Tolbert Smith Jr.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to discuss this matter with Mr. Smith and go over the police report in some detail. He wishes to set this matter for preliminary exam if I could be heard on bond.
Discovery's ready?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
set? Witnesses would be available on the 7th, one believes? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
All right, thank you. Preliminary examination in this matter will be set in person, November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. As to bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Smith is, he does reside in the area. He's not a flight risk to leave the jurisdiction in any way, shape, or form. He does report that if he does get released, he would go to the Dolanis Center. I have had some chance to communicate with Mr. Ganatra. He informs me that there may be another case pending. I'm not gonna gild the lily with it, or coming down the pipe. I'm not gonna gild the lily with you.
He failed to appear at his preliminary examination previously set.
Yes, Your Honor, he explains that was a.
This is a Judge Barr case. Pardon?
Yes, he and I spoke about that. It was a snafu perhaps with the US mail.
We need them to mark these files if it comes back from the judge. It's already been given because this second one today. So I'm moving the preliminary examination date to the 14th. This is before Judge Burke.
You said Judge Burke,
Motion
Your
for-
Honor?
Yes, motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue. Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Philip Mayfield.
We're ready in that matter, Your Honor.
Ms. Reiser? Really? She's always like right here.
Laura Willenberg for the people, Your Honor.
Thank
Your
you,
Honor,
Ms. Willard.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Philip Mayfield. Mr. Mayfield, please state your name for the record.
Philip Mayfield.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. I had a chance to speak with Mr. Mayfield. There are no offers in this matter currently. My client wishes to waive his right to preliminary examination and will agree to be bound over to circuit court at this time.
All right, Mr. Mayfield, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand you will not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
All right. People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on both counts. Mr.
Your
Brown.
Honor, we acknowledge receipt of the information. We waive its reading on the record. My
And your
entered a
client.
plea of not guilty.
Defendant having waived formal reading, pleading not guilty, court will enter those not guilty pleas. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
Monday, November 6th at 1:30 PM with Judge Slay.
November 6th, 2023, 1:30 before Slay Monday. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As to bond, I'd like to ask that Mr. Gaddy and I both remain free on bond.
I'm still considering that. I took that under. All right. Thank you. Daddy, I may let go. Court calls the case. People versus Dion Covington.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
I have. Mr. Carriac and really?
Like,
I am here, Judge.
Okay, you want to,
Apologize. Which case did you call, Your Honor?
Dion Covington.
Yes, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carriac and Ruley on behalf of Mr. Dion Covington. Has he stated his name already, Your Honor?
I don't know if he's here. Well, he's here, but Dion Covington. Dion Covington. That's number 2. Give that one a call, see if you can get him to answer.
Absolutely, Your
Pass
Honor.
it. Court calls the case, People versus John Coward.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Matthew Mansour, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Coward. Mr. Coward, can you state your name for the record, please?
John Coward Jr.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we'd like to ask for an adjournment on this matter to review mitigation letter and continue plea negotiations.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned to November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Or Zoom invite indicates bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus DeMarcus Webb.
Ali Zenda on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of DeMarcus Webb. Mr. Webb, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
Marcus Wade.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I have had the opportunity to go over the standards with Mr. Webb for a preliminary examination. There are no offers at this time, but Mr. Webb would like to waive the preliminary examination.
Mr. Webb, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
You understand you won't have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. Ms. Coons.
Your Honor, we would like to waive formal reading of the charges and plead not guilty.
Defendant having waived formal reading and pleading not guilty, court will enter that not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
November 7th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Conkey.
November 7th, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Conkey. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the people versus Nathan Estep.
Ali Zenda on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carey, I can really, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Nathan Estep. Mr. Estep, you're present. Could you please state your name for the record?
Nathan K.D. Step.
Motorola. All right. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment in this matter. The last time we were here, we were trying to see if we could get Mr. Estep into one of the treatment courts. We had some residential issues. We're still working through treatment court in Livingston County. So we would be asking for at least 4 weeks, Judge.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
there was a community corrections violation report. I believe it was from 10/26.
Yes, I have 1023.
That 10/23.
All right.
And Your Honor, Mr. Ganacha did bring that report to my attention. Unfortunately, I have not had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Estep to find out exactly what is going on with that report, what the report claims.
Well, he's not. Mr. Estep, you have a what's up with your 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. testing?
I got a call the other day. It's the only problem I have is it's at 11 p.m. is one of my times, or 9 through midnight, and my alarm, I don't know what the problem is with it going off or not waking me up. That's the only problem that I've had with it. Other than that, I'm trying to stay on top of it as best as I can. But I had talked to Mr. Well, I think his name's Keith Wells, yesterday or 2 days ago. And we made sure that I would figure out, I bought a new alarm clock, so it's not just my phone that's waking me up for my test time.
I don't want any further missed tests. Otherwise,
Yes,
you're going to leave me with no choice but to incarcerate you or to put you on a scram tether. And I don't think you want that.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
So I'm gonna put in here no further missed test. What were we doing in this?
Adjourning, Your Honor.
Probable cause in this matter will be adjourned. December 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Estep, please call me.
Yes, ma'am.
Court calls the case, people versus Mohammed Dian.
Rare Sinsky on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carey, I can really, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Mohammed Dian. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Mohammed Dian. I was trying to know if it's all right if I have a breakout room with you, Shanaza, because I haven't really talked to you.
No, you don't get a breakout room. And what are we doing today?
Okay.
Your Honor, we were going to be asking for an adjournment. Mr. Overwater from my office did go and meet with Mr. Deanne this week and discuss the case with him. We're waiting for body cam video, so more discovery is needed. We also have some discovery on our end that Mr. Diane's family members are going to be able to present. So we are looking to get all of that information together, Your Honor. We'd also like to address bond when the court is ready.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned to November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. As to bond.
As to bond, Your Honor, Mr. Deanne has currently a bond on this case. This is the only matter holding him. Mr. Deanne is currently employed. He is working on his GED and hoping to start taking college courses. He does have very close family contact. He currently lives with his brother. He is engaged with his CMH treatment and had been doing extremely well. He does maintain his innocence in regards to this issue or this case. He has also stated that he is fully prepared to assist us in his defense, Your Honor. So we're asking that he is not opposed to a GPS tether. I understand concerns that the court may have. So we're asking that he possibly be released on a personal recognizance bond, or at least have his bond to be reduced to an amount that he may be able to pay. He did indicate to us that he should be able to post a $500 bond. So that he'll be able to continue to work and gather the information we need to assist in his case.
Response.
Your Honor, the people believe that bond is appropriate at this time. In this case, the defendant came over and the victim said that she didn't want him there. He proceeded to punch her with a closed fist over 4 times. Then the victim was able to run inside and close the door, and the defendant tried to get back in and broke the lock on the door. When the officers later found him and tried to arrest him, he was tensed up and wouldn't move and kept trying to pull away and proceeded to spit on 3 officers. And once he was inside the police vehicle, he kept kicking the window and caused noticeable damage to it. He also has a history of resisting and obstructing in 2020, where he pled no contest, and in 2021, where he pled no contest, and one in 2022, where it was bound over, and numerous other cases in his history.
Is that all right if I say something to the judge, Your Honor?
Well, that didn't work out for anybody else today, but if you want to go ahead and talk, you go ahead.
Yeah, Your Honor, I just wanted to say I'm innocent on this and I'm not a violent person. I've been working with Workbox for the last 3 years on and off. I have a steady job out there. I'm a sole provider for my son. I'm willing to wear a GPS, and I will not go to my the mother of my son's address until this case is resolved. That's all I have to say.
Motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue this time. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Rebert Fisher.
Marie Rusinski on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Mike Getty, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Fisher. Judge, Mr. Fisher is not here. This is a competency test. He did have his interview with the forensic center. They wanted to do some more testing. I was informed yesterday, and I confirmed with St. Joe's this morning that Mr. Fisher was admitted to the St. Joe's Hospital yesterday. I'd asked the court to adjourn this. I believe it was going to be adjourned nevertheless for the testing with the forensic center to be completed.
I am familiar with Mr. Fisher, and so if he's been admitted to the hospital, we would just need proof of that. I will adjourn the probable cause conference to November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Your Honor, I believe this is a competency hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I'll adjourn the competency to that date. Competency review. Thank you, Mr. Gaddy.
Thank you,
So
Your Honor.
I'll leave you out. It's Brown I'm looking at now.
We'll tell him I fought like a tiger, Judge.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Clerk calls the case, People versus Galen Foster.
Felicia Grimes on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Lamisa Saab appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, if you can unmute and state your name for the record.
Do you hear?
Mr. Foster has been here.
Mr. Foster, state your name.
Galen Foster.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak to Mr. Foster a few moments ago. We are asking for an adjournment to allow him to go over some video discovery before making a decision on how we would like to proceed. And I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would just like to address part of his bond conditions when.
Wow. What are all these bond? Okay, fine. Here's what we do. Probable cause conference will be adjourned November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Yes, as to bond.
Okay, Your Honor, Mr. Foster is requesting that that the bond condition requiring the scram tether be amended to allow him standard testing. As far as I can see, Mr. Foster has no prior alcohol-related offenses on his record. I have received no violation reports since the tether was placed what will be 1 month ago tomorrow. He assures the court he'll have no issues appearing for testing when necessary. He currently works at Old Fashioned Cleaning in Ann Arbor. He's a sole provider and has been the sole caretaker for his 2 twin sons for the past 9 years since their birth. And he's just having issues with a lot of his anxiety and him sleeping, and he hasn't had any issues testing. So he would just like the opportunity to be able to possibly have standard supervision condition rather than the scram.
Your Honor, we would object. We would ask that the bond continue as is. The facts of this case, it involved a situation where his alcohol content was 0.186. When the officers responded to the scene, he was acting extremely aggressively and combatively. He kept yelling at the officers. He had a very strong odor of alcohol on him, and he ended up resisting and obstructing every step of the way. According to the report, he kicked one of the officers in the genitals. He was combative in the ambulance as well. And even during booking, he attempted to bite another one of the officers. He does have a very extensive record with domestic violence, felonious assault, aggravated domestic violence, and domestic violence with prior convictions. I would also note that there's another pending case involving Mr. Foster accosting a minor, a 4-year felony, accosting a minor child for immoral purposes. There was a global offer that was offered to him and he has refused it. That case, is my understanding, is set for trial. He also has a situation where when the accosting crime was committed back in April of 2022, he was on probation for the domestic violence third at the time of that. So we'd ask the bond continue as it is.
Well, does he have prior alcohol-related offenses?
I do not show that he has, Your Honor.
So his bond and the monetary amount will remain. The scram tether will be replaced by a sober link tether or a sober link device.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What does that mean?
That means you're going to have basically a portable PBT machine with you.
Okay.
But you don't want me to do that? I mean,
No,
I can leave the scram on.
No, I just didn't know what it was. I was just confused. I'm cool with that. Thank you.
You're cool with that? Okay, me too. All right, real good. Thank you.
Yep.
Court calls the case, People versus Dion Covington. Sorry.
Yeah, Michigan Atra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chanazi Carey, I can rule your honor on behalf of Mr. Dion Covington. Mr. Covington, could you state your name for the record, please?
Dion Covington.
Okay. You need to get someplace quiet. What are we doing on this case?
Your honor, the court should be in possession of a
Plea form, is that what we're
That is
doing?
correct. Yes, Judge.
All right, the plea form that's in front of the court indicates that the defendant will be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of use of cocaine, the 1-year offense. Upon his successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. There is no objection to 7411. That is the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That's correct, Your Honor. The plea form does not require him to put on a shirt for today's hearing either.
Pardon? Yeah, I see.
That is our
Counsel-
understanding of the agreement as well. Mr. Covington,
Yes.
can you put on a shirt, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that, Judge.
This was happening. We got him there.
My
Just been
apologies.
sort of rolled out of bed. All right. Oh, he's
Yeah.
okay. All right. Raise your right hand. Is he raised?
Yeah, it's there.
Yes.
It's just the sun.
What? Oh, there it is. Okay. His camera was blocking it. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record.
Dion Covington.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of use of cocaine. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $2,000 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Sir, I also have to advise you that if you plead guilty to that charge while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge and you would be sentenced before Judge Barr in the 14A2 District Court. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
I am not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty to this charge?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, I am.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
May 20th, 2021, at the location of Ballard Street near Washtenaw Avenue in the city of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan. Did you have cocaine in your possession?
I did.
Did you use it?
I did.
And did you know what you were using was cocaine?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
The people are satisfied. Thank you.
Defense is satisfied as well, Judge.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A2 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
December 6th at 9 a.m. with Judge Barr.
December 6, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Court recalls the case or calls the case of People versus China Gary.
Mr. Ganatra for the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Gary, who is present. If you could unmute yourself and state your name, Ms. Gary.
Can you hear me?
I can see you. Ms. Gary, state your name.
China Gary.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to communicate with Mr. Ganatra. He has made an offer in this matter that I was not able to discuss with Ms. Gary yesterday. I'd ask the court to adjourn this matter briefly so I can discuss that offer, and I think we'll have a resolution when we come back. I'd ask Mr. Ganatra to keep the offer open.
I'll keep the offer open.
November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom right indicates. Bond continued.
Thank you. I'll give you a call later this afternoon, Ms. Gary.
Court recalls the case People versus Mark Capaldi.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And this Public Defender PCC, really, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Capaldi. Mr. Capaldi, could you state your name for the record, please?
He's no longer here. He was here.
Yes.
But didn't answer. Passed it. Now he's not here. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. The case of the People versus Sean Falls.
Felicia Grimes appearing on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coombs on behalf of Mr. Falls.
Okay. Who is this MDOC?
Yes, he was in custody at the county. They transferred him and it wasn't enough time.
Okay. So I think he was in custody in Kalamazoo, if I'm not mistaken. Got transferred to MDOC. We tried to make sure that the writ followed him, but it didn't. Well, something may have happened. Anyway, I will adjourn the probable cause in this matter under those circumstances to November 16th. Let's see if we can locate what facility he's in and see if we can get him here. Bond will continue. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is that it? That's it for my morning block. We'll start the 11 o'clock block. I realize we're a little after 11, but give us about 5-10 minutes. Let us get set up and we'll start calling cases. Court stands in recess.
Is he the father? Is he the father? Did they make a cucumber?
Ma'am, you're unmuted. Could you mute your phone?
When is they gonna adjust?
And we are live.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the People versus Marcus Thompson.
Your Honor, Craig Tappan for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carey, I can rule, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Marcus Thompson. Mr. Thompson, could you state your name for the record, please?
Marcus Thompson.
All right, that was it. Okay, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, we have not had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Thompson. We would be requesting an adjournment. Last time we were here, Assistant Attorney General Awuda Coker had provided an offer. We just need to know where my client is in regards to the payment.
The payment, that's an additional payment outside of the bond.
That is correct, Your Honor. The bond you have it's $8,000, correct?
$8,000, but that should have, I think this was one of those cases.
Let me look him up in JI.
I think I had ordered that be applied to the child support case back on September 28th.
I showed that it was paid out on the 13th of October and it was hand delivered to the front of the court office.
Okay, it was paid out to the front of the court and hand delivered there. So that's been applied to the account. Okay, so you need how much more time?
Judge, is it fair to ask Assistant Attorney General Pappen where they the amount that they currently have or how much is remaining for the balance?
Right. If according to the Mises report that I'm looking at right now, as of October 23rd, that amount has not been applied to the underlying front of the court file. That would leave then an additional $1,363 that he would need to satisfy for the offer to plead to the 11-month delay of sentence.
Got it.
1,300. Can I have that amount one more time? I'm sorry, 1,300.
Yeah, it would be $1,363 more once an $8,000 credit is applied. The idea is that the balance needs to be at $28,000 or below, and that's my rough math.
Okay, so
Okay,
Mr.
so how long
Thompson,
is it gonna take him to do that?
Mr. Thompson,
I'm sorry. Question.
How long will it take you to do that?
To pay the remaining balance?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure, Your Honor, because even for the bond that I paid to get out of jail, I had to borrow money from my mom. She had to take out a loan for me to get out. So I really can't tell you how long it would take for me to come up with that amount. Because
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Because they've offered you a deal, but you're gonna have to figure out if you're gonna be able to take advantage of it. I'll adjourn this matter out to November 16th, 2023, excuse me. 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue in this matter. Sir, you need to call the public defender's office so they can get through to you to talk this through. You have their number?
yes. I think that you also should know that I have an evidentiary hearing for with the Friends of the Court on the 28th of November.
Okay, you probably need to talk that through with your attorney. If you're indicating that that might adjust your balance. But you're gonna have to talk that through with them. But I'm gonna set this for the 16th.
Has there been a 21-day waiver placed on the record yet?
It has been, yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Or it's been their request for the adjournment previously. All right, thank you. Bond continued. Court calls the case, People versus Marcellus Martin.
Maria Cincy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Costantino appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Marcellus Martin.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I've spoken with my client and at this time we are asking that this matter be scheduled for preliminary examination.
And all discovery is complete?
Yes, Your Honor, to my knowledge it is.
And witnesses would be available on the 7th?
Yes,
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Preliminary examination will be in person, November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. Have a good rest of your day.
You do the same. Court calls the case, the People versus Leonard Jackson.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
And Edward Drukas for Leonard Jackson.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Leonard Jackson, is that you?
Yes.
All right. He's here. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we're asking for a preliminary examination.
You ready with all your witnesses?
The defense is ready.
Discovery is complete. Witnesses would be available that day.
And I'm just gonna let counsel know that the defendant has a new felony possession of controlled substance under 25 grams, 2 counts. That was signed by one of the assistant prosecutors in my office on October 10th. So I don't know if he wants to do some type of global plea or if he's just hell-bent on having a prelim on this case, but I just wanted to give him the FYI on that.
That was not known to me about an additional charge if it was authorized. I don't know if he's been arraigned on that case.
Not yet.
Okay, and with that being said, I would not mind to have a brief adjournment so I can go over that with Mr. Jackson, which I have not done yet.
Probable cause will be adjourned November 9th. 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. This time bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll give you a call, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Court calls the case, People versus Scott Lorendorf.
Excuse me.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
And Edward Drukas on behalf of Scott Lohendorf.
Scott Lorendorf.
He was here, Your Honor.
Okay, yep. Yeah, now can you see me?
Yes. Stay in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Can you state your name, Scott?
Scott Wendorf.
Thank you.
All right. I have a plea form. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plea form indicates defendant would be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of use of a controlled substance, a 1-year offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. Form further indicates people do not object to 7411. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
State your name again for the record, please.
Scott Wendorf.
All right, sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of use of a controlled substance. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $1,000 fine plus court cost. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Washington in the 14B District Court. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
I do, yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
February 8th, 2022, at the location of Ecorse Road near Emmerich Street, City or Ypsilanti Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, did you have hydrocodone in your possession?
Yes.
Did you have a prescription for that hydrocodone?
No.
All right. Had you used it?
No.
Okay. Were you intending on using it?
Yes.
And did you know that it was hydrocodone?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14B probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
November 30th at 10 a.m. to Judge Washington.
November 30th, 2023. What time? 10 a.m. before Judge Washington. Bond with its conditions will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here, court calls the case, People State of Michigan versus Deborah Ann Gordon.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kyriakin, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Deborah Gordon. Ms. Gordon, could you state your name for the record, please?
Deborah Ann Gordon.
We have a plea form. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, it
Yes,
is,
Your
Your
Honor.
This plea form indicates the court's understanding of the agreement is that defendant will be pleading no contest to an added count 4, that being use of cocaine, the 1-year offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, counts 1, 2, and 3 would be dismissed. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
Correct.
That is ours as well, Judge.
Ms. Gordon, raise your right
Yes, sir.
hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record, please.
Deborah Ann Gordon.
All right. Ms. Gordon, you can put your hand down. Ms. Gordon, it's this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of use of cocaine. That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and a $1,000 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me explain a couple of things just to make sure that you understand. One thing about a no contest plea is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court would treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You also understand, ma'am, whose case is this? This is an old. That while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge in this case, and that you would be sentenced before Judge Washington in the 14B District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, you still wish to plead no contest?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, basis of the no contest plea?
Lack of recollection, Judge. This is a 2009 case.
Ms. Gordon, to
Yes,
that
sir.
charge, how do you plead?
No contest, guilty.
You're pleading no contest, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal upright.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right. Court has reviewed and has been handed Washington County Sheriff's Office report for their case number. So it's 08-10943. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No objection, Your Honor.
No.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Defense is satisfied as well, Judge.
Court will accept the defendant's plea. Washington. Of no contest to this charge, the count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14B probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
November 30th at 10 a.m.
November 30th, 2023, 10 a.m. before Judge Washington. Oh, I'm sorry. I accept the plea of no contest to count 4. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are dismissed. I said that all wrong. All right. Okay, thank you. Bond will continue on this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Court does call the case of People versus Sean Jenkins.
Liz Zend on behalf of the people.
On behalf of Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Jenkins, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Can you state your name in full?
Sean Jenkins.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would be seeking an adjournment on this case. We want to try to get the client into sobriety court.
You sent over the referral?
So I sent an email to the prosecution yesterday, and I haven't heard back on if they would approve it or not before the referral.
November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus James Jones, 2 cases.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender, let me stop appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, if you can unmute and state your name for the record.
James Jones.
Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Love to talk out of line. We're requesting an adjournment to allow us some time to go through some video discovery with Mr. Jones.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned without objection, November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Jesse Keisha.
Felicia Grimes on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Hannah Eberhard, Public Defense Intern at Washtenaw County Public Defenders, under the supervision of Torshio Officer and Shanazai Kirian Kamaruli, seeking permission to practice pursuant Michigan Court Rule 8.120.
All right, permission to practice is granted. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment in this matter. The people are open to negotiations by way of a mitigation report, so we just need some time to draft that report and get it submitted to the prosecution in hopes to come to a resolution.
I don't know if Jesse Keisha, did you? Yes,
he
he's here. State your name, turn on your camera.
Jesse Keisha.
All right. So how much time did you need, counsel?
We're asking for 4 to 6 weeks if possible.
4 to 6 weeks to do a mitigation?
We could do 4 weeks.
People would
Really?
request just 2 weeks, Your Honor.
Just to be mean. All right. And
It's
I like
not that
Solomon will
complicated
split
of
the
a case.
baby. I'll split the baby on that. November 21st, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. He doesn't have a shirt on. Next, Mr. Keisha.
Yeah.
Next time, put a shirt on.
Oh, my bad, John.
Yeah, okay. My bad for having to say it. Take care. Bond continue. Court calls the case. People versus Avante Larkins.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Larkins. Mr. Larkins, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera and state your name.
Here. Avante Larkins. I see it. Avante Larkins. All right, I'll pass it. You need to get through your class. The answers.
Thank you.
Shanawa Legion.
Kelly Zend on behalf of the people.
Hannah Eberhard on behalf of Miss Legion.
Legion, are you here? Okay. Can you state your name, ma'am?
Shanala Legion.
Okay, this is a comp review. Does anybody have a report?
We currently do not have a report, Your Honor. We were going to ask to adjourn to have that report. Last we heard, Ms. Legion has a date set up for a date in December. So we were going to ask to adjourn until we
Or
can.
what?
For the
She has a date in
competency.
December. Is that for her appointment?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Okay. What's our give me a January date.
We can do January 18th.
I'll adjourn the comp hearing January 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. We don't have a report, but her appointment isn't until sometime in December. Thank you. Bond, continue.
Thank you. Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Lori Littberg.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Kalina Anderson with and on behalf of Ms. Littberg. Ms. Littberg, will you unmute and state your name, please?
Lori Littberg.
Your Honor, there should be a plea form in the file. My client will be pleading guilty to false pretenses, 200 to 1,000. In exchange for that guilty plea, count 1 will be dismissed. There's also an agreement to pay restitution of $13,455, of which $3,850 has been paid already by Ms. Littberg.
That's the court's full understanding of the agreement. Is that correct from the people?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Littberg,
Yes.
raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
Lori Littberg.
All right, ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of false pretenses, $200 or more, but less than 1,000. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property. If that's greater than $2,000, that could become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes.
Understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will,
Yes.
and because you believe that you're guilty?
Yes.
Okay, one thing I did forget to say is that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Bravo. Understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty to this charge, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. On the date of paperwork all over, or between the dates of January 1st, 2016 and January 4th, 2021, at the location of 2689 Brayburn Circle, Ann Arbor City, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. What do you do that makes you think that you're guilty of this offense?
I filed some healthcare claims that were fraudulent and I received money for them.
And the amount of money that you received for them was in excess of $200. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I think that will do it. Quite frankly, I think she got everything. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
November 16th at 1:30 PM with Judge Mello.
What time?
1:30.
November 16, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Valvo. Bond will continue. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Kelton Martin.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Two cases.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Martin.
I don't have Mr. Martin here.
Your Honor, I
Captain
attempted to call
Martin?
Mr. Martin yesterday. I received a call from his mother. She indicated that he had been in custody in Presque Isle County. Finally indicates that he was just released, but it's not clear exactly when. I asked her to have him call me, but I have not heard back from him. I would ask to adjourn the matter a week so I can try to track him down.
Well, here's what I'll do. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear in each of these matters. Bond will be set in each case in the amount of 10,000, 10%. I, given what you said, won't have those warrants issued until Friday is the 27th, but what's Monday? 30th. I won't have them issued till Halloween, October 31st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the people versus Nathaniel Mason.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Miss Mason. Miss Mason, if you are present, if you can unmute yourself.
I'm present. I'm here.
Can you state your name?
Nathan Mason.
She's Vortex. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would seek a 2-week adjournment so that we have a chance to review the discovery together.
November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued without objection.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Johnny McCary.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Ready, Your Honor. Rochelle Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. McCrary. Mr. McCrary, please state your name for the record.
Johnny McCrary.
Thank you, Judge. My office has spoken to the people and to Mr. McCrary on this matter. My understanding is that he is seeking a preliminary examination in this matter, Your Honor.
He's seeking a preliminary examination?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Now the discovery has. You're
That's
all
my
set on
understanding.
this,
Yes, Judge.
and people believe the witnesses will be present on the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination will be set for November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry. That's
Thank you
in
very
person.
much.
Thank you. Bond continued with its condition. Court calls the case, people versus Danzel Owens.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
And turn on your camera.
Mr. Owens, Denzel Owens.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we'd like to set this one up for preliminary examination.
Are you all set on this discovery, all complete?
Yes, Your Honor.
Witnesses would be available on the 7th to the best of your
believe so, Your
ability.
Honor.
All right. Preliminary examination in this matter will be set in person November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Barr. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
What did he say? Oh, okay. I didn't hear. Got muffled. Thank you, Mr. Owens. Court calls the case, people versus Melvin Reeves.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Reeves.
Mr. Reeves, unmute and state your name. Wrong button. Other one.
Mr. Reeves, it's the bottom left with what looks like a red microphone with a line through it. Just press that, please.
Can you get it, Mr. Reeves? Find somebody to help you?
Mr. Reeves, the button's not in another room. It's at the bottom left.
All right, while you work on that, let me call another case because I only get a couple left here. So I'll pass that. Court recalls the case People versus Avante Larkins, 2 cases.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Larkins. Mr. Larkins, if you can state your name.
Avanti Larkins.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would ask for adjournment so we can go over the video with the client.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023. 9 a.m. or Zoom invite indicates bond will continue in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Larkins.
Okay,
No.
stay right there. Stay right there. Don't do anything. Don't touch anything.
Hello.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Mr. Larkins, I can call you in a minute.
All right. Court recalls the case People versus Melvin Reeves.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
Samantha Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, please state your name for the record.
Melvin Tyrone Reeves.
All right, we got him. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd ask to set the matter for preliminary examination.
All right. Discovery is all complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Witnesses would be available as best of your knowledge on the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination will be set in person November 7th, 2023. 9 a.m. That is before Judge Perry. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that ends that block. We do not come back until 1 o'clock, I think. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So court will stand in recess. Thank you, folks.
Hello? Hello? Hmm.
Hello,
Oh, hey, how you doing?
good.
The court is in recess. The judge will be up shortly. Please just stay muted until your cases are called.
Oh, okay.
I am live.
The 14A District Court is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the people versus the Jordio Rodriguez.
Yes, he's here, but he needs a translator.
He needs an interpreter.
Yes.
He does, Your Honor, a Spanish interpreter.
Oh, we did not order one out.
That's okay. I can translate for him.
That's all right. We're calling up an interpreter now, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to pass? You want me to pass that?
No.
Ellos llaman a un translator por aquí, porque tienes lo que dices.
Good afternoon, Mr. Interpreter. Here in front of the Honorable J. Cedric Simpson out of the 14A District Court, or Washtenaw County, State of Michigan.
Good afternoon.
One matter today.
Certainly, I'll be happy to help. I'm ready for your 4-digit access code. Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Can I get the code one more time?
It's 1, 4, 2, 3.
Thank you. The interpreter's ready. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English in the manner now before the court to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. The court does call the case, people of state of Michigan versus Gregorio Rodriguez.
El estado de Michigan hace el llamado del caso del estado en contra del señor Gregorio Rodríguez.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Representando al estado tenemos a la señorita Nicole.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
Señor Kenneth Overwater, representando al señor Gregorio Rodríguez como defensor público.
Okay. Is the defendant present?
¿El demandado se encuentra presente?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you state your full name, please?
¿Puede decir su nombre completo, por favor?
Gregorio Rodríguez Ordóñez.
Gregorio Rodríguez Ordóñez.
Counsel, what are we doing on this case today?
Pregunta el juez al abogado de qué manera se va a proceder en este caso el día de hoy.
We do not have the video in our system right now. I don't know if it's been tendered by evidence.com, but we'll need to adjourn that for me to review the video.
Dice el abogado que no se cuenta con el video en estos momentos para poder contar con esto como prueba. Y un momento. Respectfully, can the interpreter ask Mr. Overwater to repeat that segment just for accuracy purposes?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, sir. Can you repeat that segment one more time?
We do not have the video in our system for this matter. I don't know if it's been tendered already, but we would need to adjourn it for me to review that.
Thank you very much. Decía el señor Overwater que no se cuenta ahorita en el sistema con video, lo cual va a ser necesario para poder hacer la revisión correspondiente. Thank you.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned to November 16, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates.
Bien, en este caso el señor juez se encuentra ahora aplazando este caso para el día 16 de noviembre de 2023 a las 9 a.m. o bien de conformidad con lo señalado por la plataforma de Zoom.
And will continue.
Se prorroga la fianza.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Gracias
Thank
a
you, Your
todos. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Always a pleasure, sir.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful day.
You're free to go, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Yeah.
Got it. Court calls the case People versus, is it Jacqueline Turner?
Maria Rosinski on behalf of the people.
And Regina Garrett Care, her on behalf of Mr. Jake Wallon Turner.
Sir, can you please state your name?
Jaqueline Turner.
All right.
And Your
What
Honor,
are we
today is
doing?
the time set for a probable cause conference. I literally got this case last night, so I would be requesting an adjournment. If I could have the later date of the 16th, that would be great.
Told everybody I'm not being nice today, so no.
I was hoping it extended past 11 o'clock into the afternoon.
No, what does, people don't understand when I say no?
I do understand.
Fine. And no, Ann is the only, November 16th, 2023 at 9. For whatever reason, that's, oh, you're only getting that because Ann said so. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Your Honor. I am always forever in your graces. Have a lovely
Thank you.
afternoon.
You do the same. Court calls the case People versus Jalen Reeves.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, if you can unmute yourself and state your name in full.
Jalen Reed.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would ask for adjournment on this. I don't believe our office has gotten or received a video on this case, but if we have, then we'd like time to review that.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Where's your Zoom invite indicates bond will continue. Court calls the case People versus Jeremy Rupp.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Matthew Mansour, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff, can you unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please?
You haven't.
Yes, he's been here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there. Okay.
Mr. Ruff, can you hear us? I see him in the.
There he is. Okay, sir, state your name.
My name is Jeremy Ruff.
There you go. Okay. What are we doing on this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to adjourn this to go over the offer a little bit longer, please.
Probable cause conference, November 9, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you. Good night. Court calls the case of the People versus Hillary Runyon.
Felicia Grimes, appearing on behalf of the people.
Afternoon, Judge Mike Getty, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Ms. Runyon, who is here. Ms. Runyon, state your name.
Hello, my name is Hillary Runyon.
36. Okay. All right, Ms. Runyon.
Yes, sir.
One of the cases, I have two cases here. One of them is an arraignment. And so let me arraign you on that one. There's a complaint against you that alleges that on or about December 1st, 2022, at the location of 3100 Lower Road in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan, that being the Best Buy store, that you did commit the offense of retail fraud by stealing property from the store that was offered for sale at a price of $200 or more, but less than $1,000. Do you understand the nature of that charge, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
There is contained on the complaint a second or subsequent offense notice indicating that it does appear that on February 7th, 2018, on November 3rd, 2017, that on July 2nd, 2014, and on February 29th, 2012, and on October 6th, 2011, that you were previously convicted of the same statute, in essence, retail fraud, in the Second Circuit Court, Third Circuit Court, 22nd Circuit Court on 2 of those occasions, and on the Third Circuit Court also. Because of that, ma'am, the complaint alleges that it then constitutes the offense of retail fraud in the first degree.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that notice, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
That makes this offense a felony punishable by up to 5 years incarceration and or a $10,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased at 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $10,000, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. So the first question that I have for you, ma'am, is do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Gaddy.
Your Honor,
The
Mike
court will
Getty,
appoint the
Assistant
public defender. Go ahead.
Mike Getty, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Runyon. We'd waive any further reading or any rights. Stand mute to the charge, Judge.
Defendant having waived from a reading, pleading not guilty, court will enter that not guilty plea. What do you wish to do with the case, then, sir?
Your Honor, I haven't seen the discovery yet. We have a PCC that's up today. I think we've been speaking about with the prosecutor about potential global resolutions. I know there's a matter in 15th as well, at least to deal with. Ms. Runyon's currently doing very well in treatment. I'd ask the court to set this for a probable cause conference so we can get the discovery and adjourn the other probable cause conference out to the same date if that's convenient.
All right, without objection, time limits being waived, I'll set probable cause conference November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. And I will adjourn case ending in 0743. I will adjourn that probable cause conference to that November 16th, 2023 date. On that case, I will have bond continue. On the new case, the case ending in 1036, set the defendant's bond. Set the defendant's bond in that case at a $10,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of weapons. There's to be no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I'm also going to indicate that you're not to enter any Best Buy store in the state of Michigan. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Court calls the case of the People versus Ryan Thompson.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
David Simpson on behalf of the defendant Ryan Thompson, who's present, Your Honor.
And could you state your name, sir?
Ryan Thompson, Your Honor.
All right, first order of business. Mr. Simpson, you'll need to send in a substitution of attorney on this case.
We did send in an appearance yesterday, but we'll send over the substitution to the public defender's office.
I'll need a substitution of attorney filed.
Yes, not a
because
problem.
the PD was originally on the case. All right. Okay, what are we doing on this today?
Your Honor, we have not yet received some of the discovery, specifically video evidence associated with it. So I think both the prosecution and I asked to have an adjournment of the conference last time.
Probable cause conference will be set November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue.
Here.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case People versus, is it Ifranula? Salah, excuse me.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kiriakin-Ruli, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Salah. Ifran, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yep, my first name is Irfan and my last name is Saleh.
Thank you. All right. And what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment in this matter. We want to continue to look at possible resolutions. There has been an offer extended from the people. However, we need to meet with Mr. Sala again and review the media that has been submitted. I'd also like to address bond.
Does he have a PR? Because I know that's what you use. No, go ahead. All right. Just saying.
He does have a PR.
At the pass there. I'll adjourn probable cause conference to November 9th, 2023 at 9 a.m. As to bond.
As to bond, Your Honor, there's currently a no-go-to order for the residents where this incident took place. Mr. Sala is a resident of that home. He is on the lease. Has been brought to his attention that the complaining witness has moved out of the state and is currently in California with family. We have reached out to the prosecutor's office to see if the victim's rights advocate has been able to make any confirmations on this. As of yesterday, they had not. So I would ask the court to inquire as to whether or not they have confirmed that.
Okay. Do we know anything about the alleged victim no longer being at that residence? Or
Your Honor, Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people. I included the victim rights advocate on that exchange, and I haven't had any confirmation of that yet to report to the court.
All right. Then I will not be changing that bond condition until we have that confirmation. Certainly, if that confirmation comes through and everybody's satisfied with that, then certainly you could submit a written order to the court. I would not have a problem if everybody else doesn't have a problem lifting the no-go to, but at this time it will remain in effect. So bond will continue with its conditions. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Here. Court calls the case, People versus Marquis Simmons.
Alicia Grimes, on behalf of the people.
Mike Getty, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Simmons, Your Honor.
Mr. Simmons, can you state your name?
Marquis Simmons.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I have had a chance to meet with Mr. Simmons via phone. We have gone over this matter in some detail. I believe he wishes to we wish to schedule this matter for a preliminary exam at this time.
All the discovery set?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we have the video and police reports.
And to your knowledge, the witnesses would be available on the 7th of November. Is that correct from the people?
As far as I know, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination will be set November 7th, 2023 in person at 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Jay-Sean Simpson. No relation.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
And Water Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Simpson.
Sir, could you state your name?
Jay-Sean Simpson.
All right. Got a good last name. Anyway. All right.
It's an outstanding last name.
Yeah, I know. I know. All right. What are we doing today?
Your Honor, I'm asked to adjourn the probable cause conference. Ms. Hughes is looking into an offer that a resolution that's been proposed, and Mr. Simpson wants to review the video evidence in a case that we just recently received.
All right. Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. All right.
Thank you, Your
Thank you.
What was the date, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
November 9th.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Iona Smith.
Alicia Grimes on behalf of the people.
And Water Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Smith.
Oh, there she is. Ms. Smith, can you state your name?
Ayanna Smith.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on this?
And I'm asking for an adjournment on this matter. We have discovery available for Ms. Smith to pick up at our office for her review. We need her to do that and review it so we can discuss it.
Can it be a Zoom instead of me picking it up?
No, it cannot.
Okay.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Randall Stowe.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
With Overwater Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Stowe.
Randall Stowe?
Yes.
Okay, there he is. He's iPhone 1. Yeah. So. All right, what are we doing on this?
Judge, I apologize. I actually conflated Mr. Simpson with Mr. Stowe. With Mr. Simpson, we are waiting for an offer from Mr. Ganatra. On Mr. Stowe, I'm waiting for an offer from Ms. Hughes, and Mr. Stowe wants to review the video that we just received. So I'd ask to adjourn this matter to November 9th.
Probable cause conference, November 9th, without objection, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Ryan, is this Stutenville?
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Lamie Saab appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Studeville. Mr. Studeville, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ryan Wesley Studeville. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. What are we doing on this?
Keeping in theme with what we've been doing, we're requesting an adjournment on this case.
She's at least honest, right? I mean, what the heck? Go ahead.
I only had a chance to speak to Mr. Studeville maybe 10 minutes before we started this proceeding, so we just need a little bit of time for discovery.
Probable cause conference, I'll adjourn that to November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Or as a Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to give your client credit. He's been on my Zoom, standing on my Zoom since 9 o'clock this morning.
Hey, they say it's better early than late, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we were thinking you need a hobby or something, but that's okay.
No, I'm in college, and I'm a bodybuilder, and I have a science fiction novel coming out this December. I just wanted to see what this was about because it's my first time experiencing this kind of stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. All righty, sir. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Yes. Court calls the case, People State of Michigan versus, is it Abdullah? Is it Silla? Sia?
I think so. Torsha Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Silla. If you are here, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Who did the people put their appearance on?
That was Mr. Hughes. Oh, no, I didn't. Ms. Hughes is muted, but she's trying to.
Oh. So she was.
Sorry, I'm so embarrassed. Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people. I'm new around here.
But I don't know. Nobody say anything. Yeah, okay. Anyway, all right.
Your Honor, our office has had contact with Mr. Silla. We were going to ask for an adjournment today. I do not know why he's not present. For the record, I request an adjournment.
Your Honor.
Okay, hold on.
His client has been dropping in and out for the majority of the day.
Your client has been dropping out for the majority of the day, according to my staff.
Okay. So he was kind of here, or tried to be here.
Well, I didn't see that, but I don't think
I trust your staff. I think that they do an excellent job.
No. Okay, all right. I got you.
So I just request a brief adjournment, Judge.
All right, since that's the case, and I believe my staff and trust my staff also, so I will. Probable cause will be adjourned to November 9th.
Thank you.
2023, 9 a.m.
All right, thank you all. Have a good day.
Bond,
Have a good day. And that's it for me.
take care. Court calls the case of the people versus Michael Trombley.
Please end on behalf of the people.
Bent Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Trombley.
Trombley, can you state your name?
This is Michael Wayne Trombley.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to adjourn this matter so that we can consider an application to the felony drug court program. I've already spoken with Mr. Ganatra about that, and he's considering whether or not to agree to that referral. Additionally, I would ask the court to modify Mr. Trombley's conditions of bond to take him off the SoberLink device and put him on a scram tether.
He'd prefer to be on a scram.
Yes, Your Honor. He believes that'll give him some additional accountability and will help him maintain sobriety.
Your Honor, do
Your
you have a copy of the bond violation report from Community Corrections? It's dated October 24th.
I don't think I do.
And this might be what Mr. Overwater was alluding to. He was on a SoberLink and missed scheduled tests on the 20th of October, 21st of October, between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. And then on the October 22nd to the 24th, missed all scheduled tests.
That is correct, Your Honor. I did talk to Mr. Trombley about that, and he indicated to me that he has been trying to wean himself off of alcohol because of his addiction. He believes he is in a position now where he's able to stop. So if he goes onto the scram tether, that will give him the accountability that he needs, and he can achieve sobriety. But he was afraid for health reasons to quit cold turkey and go through DTs.
Your Honor,
So were there
Ms.
some
Ms. Zenda
positive
can
tests?
share facts of the case if you're not familiar with it, or if it's not properly articulated in the bond form when the arraignment happened.
Well, one thing on I don't have the community corrections thing in front. Were there any positive tests on that or no?
No, just missed. Let me email that to you right now if I can.
Okay, real good. So, Mr. Trombley, what's going on with you?
I felt it was better for me to avoid taking the test than to fail it. And I knew that I would have to answer for it, and there'd be repercussions for my failure to do so. In my original PR bond release, I opted for the scram tether simply because I heard it was less expensive. But I do work full time, and I would rather have something, attached to my ankle that will hold me accountable. The unfortunate problem that I have is if I stop completely drinking, I really have to go to the hospital. So what I've done is cut down a lot. And when I did have all those clean tests on that original breathalyzer, I was dry, but I couldn't even go to work. It's terrible. So, and I had to work. So I made a bad decision, and I didn't know what the best course of action was at that point, whether that was, rehab or just, suffer through it or end up back in jail where I know I'm not going to be drinking. So that's where it left me.
Your Honor, I did email that report to you and to the recorder as well.
All right, thank you.
May I speak just one more thing for the court?
Sure.
I work full time here at the Jackson College, and I'm a student here part time. And I have a 1-month-old son. And if there's any possibility I can stay out of jail, that would be awesome. And I definitely vehemently comply with any and all stipulations of my bond to avoid going back and being incarcerated, because I wouldn't like to lose the job and the things I have going on. It's a tough spot. I'm just in a tough spot. It's hard to make the right decision. I don't feel like I'm a bad guy. I have a.
Hey, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Trombley,
Yeah.
I think you said what needed to be said.
Okay, I'll keep quiet now.
What was up with your phone, Mr. Trombley? Your phone got disconnected?
Not today. No.
Okay. They just indicated in the report that your phone was disconnected.
Oh, that's when I was in jail. I couldn't pay the bill.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right. So, Mr. Trombley, what I really should do, because in a tacit way or implicit way, you've been drinking, and so I really ought to revoke your bond and lock you up.
I
And
understand.
you know that.
Yes, I do.
But I'm going to tell you what. Yeah, he sometimes punish people for lying, certainly to me, and but in your own way, you were candid about what you said, and I appreciate your candor on that. Here's what I also know. That if I put you on the scram tether and you're not telling me the truth, you're going to violate anyway. Right? And then I'm going to end up having to lock you up in any event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a shot. You tell me that's what you're doing. If your school, your job, and your child mean that much to you, then you'll find a way to make it work. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch you over to the scram unit. You need to get over to community corrections, and switch yourself over to that scram unit. I'll give you this opportunity, but if it comes back that you've been drinking, I have to do what I got to do.
I understand. All right. I don't work tomorrow, so I think that would probably be a good day to make it out to Washtenaw County.
In the interim, I don't want any missed tests on
All
this
right.
overlay. Understood?
Yes.
And we'll continue with the switch to the scram tether. We'll see you on the 16th.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You.
Can I ask
Thank
one
you,
more
Your Honor.
question? I'm sorry.
You can ask me the question, Mr. Trombley.
Okay, I'll call you later.
All right.
Thank you.
That's it for me today, Your Honor. Have a good one.
Okay. Ms. Jenda, you take care.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good weekend. Court calls the case of the people versus Cleotha, maybe, or Cleotha Williams. I don't know why I'm having
Earlier
problems.
since on behalf of the people.
Matthew Mansour, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Cleotha Williams. Cleo, can you unmute, turn your camera on and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
No, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn the camera on. I'm having a little trouble.
Yeah, okay.
To be
I
honest
might
with you.
excuse it this time. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Williams, we are in agreement to waive the preliminary examination for this matter.
All right. Mr. Williams, you got that camera yet?
I'm trying. I really am.
Counsel, do you recognize that voice as your client's name or as your client's voice?
I do, Your Honor. I've spoken with him multiple times. That is his voice.
All right. Then what I'll proceed unless there's an objection without video. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams? Well, maybe I won't. He just dropped. He just dropped. All right, I'll pass it. Maybe if he pops back in. Court calls the case, People versus Kerry Wynn.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Kenneth O'Rourke, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Nguyen.
Mr. Wynn is not checked in.
Mr. Wynn has not checked in.
All right, I spoke with Mr. Nguyen last night, so I was expecting him. If I could pass this matter briefly, I could get a hold of him. We do have a resolution on the matter.
I'll put it in the next block.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Somewhere in the next block, we'll do it. All right. Did Mr.
No, Mr. Williams is not returned.
And Mr. Williams is not returned, so I'll just put that over to the next block also, and let's see if we can get it back in and let you try to contact. Oh, hold on.
Yep, Your Honor. I just
see
spoke with
him.
him on the
He's
phone.
connecting. He's connecting to audio. Oh, and he dropped again. All right, see if you can get him someplace stable, counsel, and then I'll call it up in the next block. All right.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think that finishes that block.
Yep.
Those two are going into that block. Court is standing recess. Thank you.
So let's say just tap the speed.
Hello? Oh, no. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Mary Beth Lampy from CMH. Are you with the court?
No, we're supposed to be she's in court with Judge Simpson. So I don't know how you got to the screen, Mary Beth.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're both on different cases.
Okay. Right, because when are you in court? So how did this come?
I'm live.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does recall the case of the people state of Michigan versus Cleotha Williams.
Marie Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, I think I have better luck on this one. Matthew Mansour, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Williams, who appears via Zoom. Cleo, you know what to do. Unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Cleotha Williams.
All right. This was going to be a waiver, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
That is
Mr.
correct,
Williams. Attorney has indicated that you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people have to show by probable cause that the offense is alleged or the offense alleged was committed and committed it.
Yes, sir.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on a single count. Mr. Mansour.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to waive formal reading of the complaint, stand mute, and ask for a hearing date.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
Monday, December 11th at 1:30 p.m.
Give me the date again.
December 11th at 1:30 p.m.
December 11th, 2023, 1:30, Slay Monday.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Bond continued. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
All right. Thank you, sir.
It's the next one up. You know what? Getting really bossy. Court calls the case of the recalls the case versus Kerry Wynn.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Wynn. Judge, I wouldn't advise talking to the boss that way.
What?
I would not advise talking to the boss that way.
Well, if everything goes dark, you know what happened.
Thank you for passing the matter. I did attempt to reach out to Mr. Wynn. Unfortunately, I was not able to reach him. I have no further information.
I know there's a community corrections violation report. Is the court in receipt of a copy of that?
Yes, the one from the 23rd.
The one that says violation report in bright red.
Yes. And there's been no contact. Then, all right. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $25,000 cash surety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case People versus James Becker.
Alicia Grimes on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Biglin covering for Dan Guerin on behalf of James Becker.
All right. And Mr. Becker, can you state your name, please?
James Becker.
All right, thank you. What are we doing on this?
Your Honor, we are asking for a preliminary examination to be set.
All right. All discovery is complete? You guys have all the discovery? That was a question.
Yes, I believe so.
Mr. Biglin, okay. And the availability of witnesses on the 7th, is to the best of your knowledge, that can happen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person will be set November 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry.
Thank you, Your
Bond
Honor.
on this matter will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Leon Freeman.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael Vincent on behalf of Leon Freeman. Mr. Freeman, state your name.
Leon Freeman Jr.
Thank you. All right. And what are we doing?
We're going to set this for a preliminary exam, Your Honor.
You have all of the discovery,
I believe I do.
right? And the people believe their witnesses can be available on the 7th.
I
think
can't
that-
be available. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can't be available on the 7th.
We didn't care about you. We were, no.
Well, let's put it this way. My wife is leaving for Paris on that day. So do I need to explain more?
Yeah. Surprised you didn't leave early. So-
This morning she asked me, when are you leaving for work?
Okay, so, all right, so will the 14th work for you then?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes,
that
sir.
should be fine with the people. Does the court have a copy of the Community Corrections Progress Report?
I do.
I do too, Your Honor.
I would just note at the end of that report that the agent hasn't received any results since the referral from September 25th.
Yeah, we did. That was good. Everything's good. Mr. Freeman says you have contacted Community Corrections. And I went drop today. And he dropped today at the place. Clean. My question for the court is he's now has the circuit court probation going on. Dropping there, and now he's dropping there at Community Corrections. I wonder if both of them are needed. Obviously, we can't do anything about the circuit court, but I'm not sure why he's having to go to Community Corrections and circuit court. She said that she was gonna call them and combine them together. Okay, Mr. Freeman told me that the people at Community Corrections are going to call circuit court and try to combine them together. All this happened this morning, apparently.
It just happened this morning.
Yes. He went there
Okay.
and dropped clean.
Then you certainly need to get that cleared up right away. Because they don't have any results, and we need to get those results.
Yeah, from what Mr. Freeman's telling me that they both are communicating today, hopefully get this resolved.
All right.
But you did go to Community Corrections today. And drop
Okay.
clean.
I will trust that you are getting that taken care of. I'll set preliminary examination in person, November 14th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Washington. Bar.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said on the 14th, that would be in front of Judge Burke.
Before Judge Burke. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right.
Thank you. Court calls the cases of the people versus Marvin Holland, 2 cases.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Your Honor, Michael Vincent on behalf of Mr. Holland, who is being brought into my conference room. Mr. Holland, state your name for the judge.
Marvin Holland.
All right. What are we doing?
Mr. Ganatra, do you think this would be one that you and I should talk about before we set it for a prelim exam?
I think so. There's also a progress report from Community Corrections, which shows a positive for cocaine on October 13th.
I don't have that report.
All right. He's negative. Then mid-October, he has a positive for cocaine. And then on the 17th, he's negative again. So what happened before the 13th?
Got weak, right? You got weak, told me. Got weak. I think addiction to cocaine is, I know Your Honor, has heard this before, but it's
How often is he testing?
once a week, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Once a week.
Okay, I'm gonna change that to twice a week testing, increase the frequency of his testing. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Probable cause conference, how much time did you guys need to talk? What
Mr.
date did I
Nimish?
give last time? Oh, never mind. I'll adjourn it out to November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. That way we'll be able to get some tests and make sure he stays clean.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. So, yeah, I just need an amended order. Court calls case People versus Trayvon Marshall.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing on behalf of Mr. Marshall. Trayvon, can you please unmute your mic and state your name for the record?
Trayvon Marshall.
All right, thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking for one more adjournment. I did receive 30 gigabytes of video discovery, and I believe there is still some outstanding. So I'm just asking for one more brief adjournment. And when we come back, we should be able to move this forward.
Without objection, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. Versus Zoom invite indicates bond will continue.
Ms. Rushing, can you please,
Thank you.
Ms. Rushing, can you please send me an email after you've reviewed those videos if there's anything else?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day, Judge.
Thank you. Court calls the case People Olson.
Hamish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, will you please unmute and state your name?
Andrew Olson.
And Your Honor, the parties just received yesterday the Forensic Center's CR report. Mr. Ganatra and I are going to continue to discuss the case in the wake of that report, asking to adjourn the PCC approximately 3 weeks.
I think I can do that. Without objection, November 16th, that's 3 weeks. Yep. November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Simon's shortest case ever. Court calls the case at People versus Myrna Pencost.
Maria Sincy on behalf of the people.
Yep.
David Chan on behalf of Myrna Pencost is here, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. What are we doing on this?
We still do not have a report from the victim's advocate, so we're going to have to get another adjournment. We do have a potential plea deal, but the victim's advocate has to report.
Got it. Okay, probable cause conference during November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Court calls the case People versus Tage Seth.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Orlando Simone, Student Legal Services, on behalf and with Mr. Sheth, who's appearing via Zoom. Tage, would you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Tage Sheth.
Thank you. And Your Honor, we're before the court today, and we're ready to proceed with a resolution. We've provided the court with an advice of rights form that I've gone over with my client, who's signed and dated that. Ms. Hughes and I have a resolution on both cases. As to the 5076 case, we provided the court with a plea form. My client would be pleading to the added count 2 of attempted R&O, the understanding that the count 1 will be dismissed. In the 5637 case, my client will be pleading to counts 3, 4, 5, and 6 with a request under sentencing under the Homes Youthful Training Act, with the understanding that
He'll be pleading guilty to counts 3, 4, 5, and 6.
correct, Your Honor, and requesting sentencing under the Homes Youthful Training Act, and counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed in that matter. Ms. Hughes, is that
So
correct?
he's pleading to a total of 5 different counts, correct?
That is correct.
That
All
is
right.
correct. And to be clear for the record, he is not approved for HIDA in 5076, the attempt R&O. In 5637, the 4-count misdemeanor on the complaint, I have entered into a sentencing agreement where the defendant is approved for HIDA in that file only.
And that is correct statement, Your Honor. It's our understanding.
Okay. Understanding I can't bind the sentencing judge in this matter, but I understand what the parties are attempting to do. There shouldn't be a problem, but.
And Mr. Sheff understands that as well, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name again for the record.
Tage Sheff.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to 5 misdemeanor charges. You can put your hand down. First of all, that you will be pleading guilty to the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing in case ending in 5076. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $1,000 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the other matter, I have my. I'll just get it from here. Never mind. In the other matter, it's this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to 2 charges of retail fraud 2nd degree in counts 3 and 4. Those are misdemeanors punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum, or that would become the fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also that you would be pleading guilty to 2 charges, to a charge of retail fraud 3rd degree contained in count 5. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court cost. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And also that you would be pleading guilty to the charge of breaking and entering illegal entry. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days incarceration or $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
All right. Now, you also understand that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge and you would be sentenced before a judge. And sentenced before judge.
He has 2 different judges.
Okay. Either one.
Judge Perry and Judge Bell.
Perry, in which case?
Perry is going to be in the one ending in 5637. That will be in 5076.
All right. You'll be sentenced before Judges Valvo and Perry. Valvo on the case that involves the offense of attempted resisting and obstructing. And on the other matter, you'll be sentenced before Judge Perry. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
I do.
To the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
To the charge of retail fraud in the second degree contained in count 3, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
To that same charge contained in count 4, how do you plead?
Plead guilty, Your Honor.
To the charge of retail fraud third degree contained in count 5, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
To the charge of breaking and entering, how do you plead?
The last time I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I understand.
Because of that, in each of these cases, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Thank you. I understand, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Okay, I understand.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor, I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
I do not believe so. No.
Well, has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, that has not happened.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And because you believe that you're guilty of these offenses?
Yes.
Starting in the case ending in 5076. On the date of April 21st, 2023, at the location of Greenwood Avenue and Packard Street, City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, did you come into contact with Ann Arbor police officer?
I ran. I ran.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay. Pardon?
Your Honor, if I may ask questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sheth, on April 21st, were you in the area of the Greenwood block?
Yes, I was there.
And at that time, police had come to the Greenwood there to shut down a large block party?
Yes.
And then there was an altercation and police started coming towards you at one point. And did you run from them?
Yes.
And you saw that there were at least 2 uniformed officers acting in their duty?
Yes.
And you continued to run from them down an alley and eluded them from the scene, correct?
Not really down an alley, but yes, I eluded.
Is the court satisfied?
Well, you knew that you were supposed to stop for these police officers. Is that correct?
They did not command me to do so, but yes, I believe I could have stopped.
Mr. Sheth, were you running from the police and they were directing their efforts to come to you as part of an altercation?
Yes.
And did you believe that you were required to stop and you ran anyway?
Yes, they tried to pull the cartridge taser on me. That was when I knew they wanted me to stop.
And you continued to run even when they did that?
Yes.
All right.
Is the court satisfied, Your Honor?
Well, that seems to be enough. If he'd answer his question straight, then we could get this done. On March 16, 2023, at the location of 1100 Bates Drive, City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, what did you do at the Michigan tech shop that makes you think that you're guilty of the retail fraud?
I left the store with a pair of headphones without paying for them.
All right. The store was open to the public at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You didn't have anybody's permission to take that property, did you?
No, Your Honor.
And this property you took was property that was offered for sale?
This was for sale, yes.
Did you only take one item?
Yes.
Okay, folks, somebody explain to me the distinction between 3 and 4 then.
Your Honor, if I may. Mr. Sheth, as to count 3, that was on or about March 6th, close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon when you entered the U of M tech store, correct?
Yes.
And you took one item without paying for it, as you indicated, yes?
Yes.
And you believe the value of that item to be at least $200 and less than $1,000?
The tech shop was selling it for $349, but you could buy the same item at Walmart for $169.
Well, geez, oh, Pete almighty. Okay, look, I'm not gonna play his game with this. That was a very direct question. We had very direct questions on the other one. It seems to me that he wants to skirt what he's done. So
I will
I
not
will
waste
be
your time.
more than happy. Sir, do not interrupt me. Ever. So I will take his plea when he decides that he wants to be straight about what he's done. So I'll pass the matter. Mr. Simone, if you want to get on the phone with him and have him understand how he's supposed to answer your questions and or the court's questions regarding this plea, we'll finish it today. Otherwise, we can do it another day, or otherwise, I will just set it for an exam. Those are going to be the options. Court is passing these matters. Court calls the case, People versus Lionel Sullivan.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Susan Longsworth on behalf of Mr. Sullivan, covering for Ms. Tina Saxon, attorney of record. Mr. Sullivan, can you state your name for the record?
He probably doesn't want to come on about right now, but I think he's here. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? Yeah, he's here. He's just not answering. Can you try to prompt him, please?
Maybe he wasn't listening, Judge.
What'd you say?
Maybe he wasn't listening in the last few minutes.
Maybe he wasn't, or maybe he ran out of the room. I don't know. I'll Pat, if you have a number for him, so I can pass it.
I could contact Ms. Saxon if she didn't send me his number, I will contact her and be able to reach him.
Okay, I'll pass it.
Okay, thank you.
Because everybody's getting passed for different reasons. Court does call the case, People versus Deanna Wells.
Marie Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Deanna Wells.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes on behalf of Ms. Wells.
Deanna Wells.
All right.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
All right, what are we doing on this matter?
Your Honor, I was just made aware of yesterday that there's a video that I need to pick up from the office, so I'd ask for a brief adjournment to get that discovery and go over it with my client.
All right. So you're seeking an adjournment?
Yes.
We have a bigger problem, and that there is a bond violation report. Do you have a copy of that bond violation report?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's just gonna be one of those days. The bond violation report reports that on October 5th, 2023, she's on a scram tether device. On October 5th, there was a drinking event, 0.073, and it decreased slowly. And that event was confirmed by JSG as a drinking event. That's on a
Ms. Wells, let
On
him finish talking.
Sorry.
On October 6th, Scram Bracelet detected another drinking event at approximately 11:27 p.m. That was a 0.043. And then it slowly decreased. This was also confirmed as a drinking event. October 9th, 6:20 p.m. Alcohol was detected by the Scram Bracelet. The event showed a reading of 0.028 at approximately, and it slowly decreased until there was a reading of 0. It was confirmed by JSG and the manufacturer as a drinking event. On October 14th, 7:12 p.m., the alcohol was detected by the Scram Bracelet. This event reached a peak of 0.064 and slowly decreased until it was 0. That event was confirmed by Judicial Services Group and the manufacturer as a drinking event. Defendant stated that where they live was getting treated for bed bugs. They stated various chemical sprays are being used and that this caused the positive alcohol detection. So apparently we use bourbon to kill bed bugs. I'm sorry. It's my own.
Miss Wells.
Pardon? What does she have to say about that?
Yeah, may I speak?
I got what I'm gonna do, but I'll hear from her on it.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes,
You want
ask
to.
what you have to say.
Your Honor, Judge Simpson, they told me I currently can use like my body washes and also deodorant. Also, I can use my bleach and all that detergent. That's what the community correction officer had stated to me. So that's what I've been using. I haven't been drinking or anything, sir. I use cleaning supplies and also because my unit they spray for bed bugs.
You use mouthwash?
No, I don't use any mouthwash, sir. The only thing that they told me I can use, they said I can use my shampoos. They said I can use my soaps, and they also said I can use my deodorants and my lotions. That's what they had told me. I don't use any mouthwash or anything, sir.
Okay, all right.
And also,
Ma'am,
yes.
Hold on a minute. What are you telling me caused these readings?
I don't know what's causing Judge Simpson because I don't.
Why'd you tell them about the bed bugs?
Because the spray, because where I'm living at is bed bugs, and they spray the chemicals, and also like we have cleaning people that comes in the building and they use the chemicals to do the floors as well.
All right, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe she doesn't understand. I've been doing this a minute. And so if this is what she wants to tell me, then fine. But I got 4 different drinking events.
Your Honor, I'd like
You
to
want
know.
to talk to your client? I usually don't get breakout rooms, but
yeah, let's talk.
I'm going to do what I've got to do. But if somebody wants to lie to me, it's just going to get a lot worse.
I'm not lying to you, Your Honor.
You want a breakout room with your client?
Yes.
Yeah, you might need to define what a lie is. Put them into a breakout room. Let them talk.
Yes, sir. Going now.
Email counsel. Can you send counsel a copy of the report? Did we get it that way, or?
I will have to check Miss Wells. I think we did.
Just. Thing went off the rails. Court calls the case, People versus Casey Young.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Susan Longsworth on behalf of Ms. Young. Ms. Young, could you please state your name?
Yeah, she's here. You need to unmute, Miss Young. The one with the microphone. No, that wasn't it.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, it's a different phone. Can you get the camera?
Your Honor, I am familiar with Ms. Young's voice, and that is her voice.
Okay, well, that was her picture, I think. Oh, okay, she's got it. State your name.
Casey Young.
All right, she's here. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, this is a matter I've been discussing with Mr. Ganatra, and I believe at this point we're requesting an adjournment of the PCC in order to negotiate further.
Probable cause conference, November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
And I'm putting it out that far to give Miss Young time to figure out how to work Zoom.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Hold on. Court's gonna stand in very brief recess, and I'll come back and call cases.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm live.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
All right, court recalls the case People versus Sullivan.
Nicole Hughes.
Oh, there he is. He's there.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Susan Longsworth covering for Christina Saxon. Sorry, I can't talk. On behalf of Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, can you please state your name?
Yeah, Lionel Sullivan.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, in this matter, we're requesting an adjournment. Ms. Saxon had reached out to the prosecutor's office and requested videos. She did so in her initial discovery demand and also on October 5, and has not yet received those videos.
Probable cause conference, November 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond continue. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take them in the order we got them. No. Wells. Court recalls the case People versus Wells.
Maria Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Deanna Wells.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes on behalf of Ms. Wells.
Okay. Does she want a hearing on these?
I believe that she would, and if we could, Your Honor, could we adjust like the scram and have her do like the blow to show? From my understanding, the deodorants and the shower gels and things that she used, they're not alcohol free, and this is probably where this is coming up. But she like to do a breathalyzer to show that she hasn't been drinking.
How's she gonna do a breathalyzer now?
Not now, but I mean, to show like she hasn't been drinking. Like of course she wouldn't do it now, but if she could test with the breathalyzer, like do her testing with the breathalyzer instead of with the scram.
Oh, Counsel, what is she claiming? What are you claiming caused these events?
The alcohol from the shower gel that she's been using, the alcohol from her deodorants, the alcohol content in there.
Oh, so we want a hearing. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need a hearing date, so we can do the 2nd, right?
Correct, because we already had 3 p.m.
I'm gonna set a bond violation hearing as well as adjourn the probable cause conference to November 2nd, 2023 at 3 p.m.
Okay.
All right. But in
All
the
right.
interim, I can't ignore this report. I have, counsel, a drinking event on the 5th, the 6th, the 9th, and the 14th of October.
Understood, Your Honor. I understand, Your Honor.
And so in the interim, and here's what's also part of my problem. You're telling me something other than what the defendant told community corrections for these events.
Okay.
And that's a problem for the court. Well, not so much for the court, but certainly for your client. The other issue that I have is that I think I saw in here that that involved in these events, that these events were alcohol related of this underlying case. Am I correct on that, Madam Prosecutor?
Yes, that's correct.
So, I mean, that's why on these charges, she went on a scram tether out of the gate.
Okay. Right. I mean, I understand the court's concerns, Your Honor.
So, given those concerns, also given the fact that I've got these 4 events almost back to back to back, and she's telling them something different than what she's indicated to the court at this time. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to have a heck of a time, because to the extent all of these items contain alcohol, the rate at which it dissipates is not going to indicate by the models to be a drinking event. But if it does, I'd love to be able to see that. And so you're going to need to show that to me at the hearing. In the interim, however, defendant's bond is revoked. Defendant to report to the Washington County Jail. What time is it? Okay. To report by 7 p.m. this evening.
Your Honor, I have children, Your Honor, that have to get to school.
7 p.m. tonight. Or a bench warrant will issue with no bond.
And how long will I be in the county judge?
I'm sorry?
How long will I be incarcerated, Your Honor?
Ma'am, that's in part's going to be up to you, but I'm not negotiating that. I've ordered you to the Washington County Jail. You got really one of 2 choices. You can follow my order, get there, have your counsel make the argument to have you released, or you can disobey that and I'll just send somebody to get you. Those are really your options. And then it's not going to matter to me what counsel says.
And Your Honor, no, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, am I able to make that argument now? Or does it have to be when she's incarcerated?
She's got to turn herself in. I got 4 drinking events, counsel.
Yes, understandable. So do I go there tonight?
And I'll be honest with you. Neither what she told Community Corrections, nor what she has indicated to you. That makes no sense.
Your Honor, they do spray my unit because they have a lot of roaches and bed bugs.
Miss Wells.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. So
7 p.m. 7 p.m. And then the hearing is set for the 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess.
Court
recalls the case of the people versus Tej.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And Orlando Simone, Student Legal Services, Your Honor, in behalf of Mr. Sheth. Mr. Sheth, would you please unmute and state your name again for the court?
Tej Sheth.
Thank you. Your Honor, apologies for the needing to pass this matter. We are ready to proceed with taking the plea.
Is he going to answer straightforward the questions? Because otherwise, I'm just not going ahead. I mean, I let it pass 3 or 4 times with him. If he can either answer the questions or not.
Your Honor, we are ready to proceed. If I may, if I could expedite this matter, Your Honor, if the court would permit me to ask questions on each of the.
You can go right ahead because he wasn't answering yours any better than he was answering mine. So go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the court satisfied as to the count 3 that we left?
No.
Okay.
Because he said he took the headphones. Then when we got to the issue of value, he started saying stuff.
Okay.
So
we'll begin with count 3 then, Your Honor. Mr. Sheth, as to count 3, on the case number 5637 on March 6th. Were you in the University of Michigan Tech Shop around close to 3 p.m., 2:50 to 3 p.m. on that afternoon?
March 6th or 16th?
16th. And if we could change this to a date range on the complaint, that is going to fix part of the problem here. We should have charged this as March 16th to April 25th. And then he'll talk about how he keeps going back to the store and stealing all this stuff.
Okay. You have any objection to that amendment?
That's fine, Your Honor. We have no objection.
And so that's from March 16th, 2023 through what date? I'm sorry, Ms. Hughes.
I believe April 7th.
No, April 25th, 2023. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for making that amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chef, as to all three counts of retail fraud, were you in one of the University of Michigan tech stores somewhere between the dates of March 16th, 2023 and April 25th, 2023?
Yes, that is correct.
And on 3 of those occasions, starting with count 3, that was one occasion you were in the U of M tech store, correct?
Yes.
And on that occasion, did you take, without paying for it, a pair of headphones?
Yes, I did do that.
And you understand, it's your belief that the value of that was at least $200 and less than $1,000, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't have permission to take that item, did you?
I did not have permission.
And the U of M tech store was open to the public?
Yes.
Your Honor, is the court satisfied as to count 3?
Count 3, I'm satisfied.
As to count 4, Mr. Chef, on this occasion, sometime between those dates, which you've already stated on the record, did you enter one of the U of M tech stores and again take a pair of headphones, a different pair of headphones?
Yes.
And you believe the value of that particular set of headphones was at least $200 and less than $1,000?
Yes.
And did you have permission to take that item?
I did not have permission.
And you didn't pay for it?
I did not pay for it.
And that store was open to the public at the time?
Yes.
Is the court satisfied as to count 4?
I think you've made a factual basis. Go ahead.
As to count 5, Mr. Chef, this was a third occasion where you entered one of the U of M tech stores, correct?
Yes.
And you took an item that was for sale, that was, what item did you take on that occasion? It was
A JBL Bluetooth speaker.
Speaker. And it's your belief that item was less than $200 in value, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't have permission to take that item?
I did not.
And the store was open to the public at the time?
Yes, it was.
And you didn't pay for the item?
I did not pay for it.
Very well. And as to count 6, somewhere between March 24th and March 27th of this year, did you enter an apartment as part of the University of Michigan Northwoods 2 residence at 2249 Cram Place, number 7?
Yes.
And did you have permission to enter from the owner?
No, not from the University of Michigan.
Is the court satisfied as to count 6?
As to the factual basis, I'm satisfied. Counsel, has the court complied with the court rule, and would it be proper to accept this defendant's pleas to these 5 charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
We are satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count in case ending in 5076. His plea of guilty to count 2, count 1 is dismissed. A pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court. Sentencing in that case will be
November 16th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Valvo.
November 16th, 2023, 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Before Judge Valvo. In that matter, Bond will continue. In the other matter, court will accept the defendant's pleas of guilty to counts 3, 4, 5, 6. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered in that case. Sentencing
November 21st at 8:30 a.m. from Judge Perry.
November 21st, 2023. What time?
8:30.
8:30 before Judge Perry. Bond in this case will also continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Sheth, you are all set, and I'll be in touch with you about setting up a probation appointment.
Thank you.
Very
I
good.
think
Thank you.
that is it for my docket. Folks, thank you very much. Ms. Hughes, have a good evening.
You as well, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
14A stands adjourned. Go.